We'll start in 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Welcome back. This is the Pinole City Council. It's October 18, 2022. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of Pinole, and we are reconvening from closed session, and we do have a reportable action to report tonight. With all the council members present in the room, the City Council voted 5-0 to confirm his decision to opt out of the class action settlement related to PCBs in City of Long Beach via Monsanto, and instead to initiate direct litigation. Thank you. That concludes the action for closed session. We'll then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is, I will then move on to item number 7, and we'll come back to citizen to be heard in a little bit. We'll move on to item number 7, which is report and communication, and I will move on to item number 7A, which is the mayor's report. And I would like to announce you that tonight I will be unveiling my mayor's portrait. And we have the honor of having Kim Schwartz with us in the room. When I was elected 4 years ago in the Pinole City Council, and when I moved here in Pinole about 20 years ago, I was touched by the story of Amber Schwartz, 8 years old, who disappeared in front of our house in June of 1988. Amber would have been my age. Amber could have been the mayor of the city of Pinole tonight, 42 years old. And since 1988, we don't have any news and we don't know where Amber is. When I became the mayor, the first thing that I did was to meet with the chief of police and ask him what was happening and try to help to solve the case. Amber is not here with us tonight, but I decided with the help of council member Thomas, who helped me to get connected to Amber's mom, Kim, I decided to make a gesture that can bring Amber back to Pinole. So tonight, in a few seconds, you will be seeing the mayor's portrait that will be in the city hall forever. And inside of the portrait, you will see Amber Schwartz right next to me. Amber is back in Pinole, where she belongs, with all the important people who have built that city. I would like to invite you, Kim, to please join me and unveil this portrait with me. This is the mayor's pin, so I'm glad to get the Amber's pin. Yes, I will be wearing it tonight with me. Thank you.
It's actually my girlfriend's pin. She said she wanted it back. I left
Okay.
mine in the car. So I'll give you my pin out of my car. And this one is yours.
Okay, so it's perfect. So I give you,
That
I
side?
give, I go on the other side. Yeah. I'll give you the one. One, two, three. I also wanted to give you some flowers on behalf. I also wanted to give you some flowers on behalf of the city. And Mayor Pro Tem, can you please give me a? Thank you. We also have another copy that you can take home with you. Yes, I will let you say a few things.
Okay.
But before, what you have gone through, it's just an example for all the women in the world. And I really admire you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can hear from the podium, but I need to speak from him. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I know it's been a long time. I know it's been 34 going on 35 years. I know a lot of people may have given up hope on someday knowing where Amber is. If you're a victim family and you have somebody who has been kidnapped or is missing, there is no giving up. You don't give up. You don't mourn. You keep fighting. And at this point, with the city's help, with the mayor's help, Amber will never be forgotten as she sits in this photo. It's probably been one of the hardest things I've ever had to go through in my entire life, besides the loss of my husband. But the loss of a child you can never, ever heal over. And I'm just pleading that somehow, some way, somebody will come forward and tell us what we need to know so that we can put it to rest and we can bring Amber home. Thank you.
Thank you. This is yours, you can take it home. Okay, let me. Yeah. Thank you. Are you here with your family?
I'm here with my very good friend and everything. And my son. My son Anthony's right back there. Raise your hand.
Welcome, Anthony. Kim told me she has two sons. One of them is Anthony, and the other one is Vincent. Thank you, Kim. I think Kim Schwartz is a perfect example of what life should be about. When things get difficult in life, you never give up. Tonight we'll be celebrating life. The next item on the agenda will be a proclamation. And we'll be moving directly into a proclamation to honor Captain Benham. But before we do that, I would like to show you a short video about what Captain Benham has accomplished in his lifetime and how we can honor life tonight. I would ask Pinole TV to please put that video for us. Thank you. We don't have sound, Dave. If you can put the sound on, I would appreciate it, please. And restart the video. Thank you. It's worth waiting because what Captain Benham has done is worth waiting. So let's wait a few more seconds. You can see the city manager going in the back room. That means it's something important. So we'll wait. We'll have the sound. Here it is. We can hear. Make it louder. Put it back in the beginning, Dave, please. Hey, make it louder. I cannot hear very well. If you can stop the video right now because we're watching, and if you don't mind, Dave, stop it. We'll be seeing it in a little bit. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the Spears of Tisman as the bishop. United Airlines, 1172.
I will take a 5-minute break for the TV to get set up and we'll resume in 5 minutes. It's 6:24. We'll come back at 6:30. Thank you.
The flight 75. Captain Christopher Benham, Captain Paul Ayers, and First Officer. San Francisco to Honolulu.
Ferry trip over the Pacific Ocean for passengers. Passengers are recounting their terrifying
You
ordeal.
might not have heard his name, but Christopher Benham prevented what could have been one of the worst aviation disasters.
I went full deflection to the left, full left rudder as she started rolling to the right.
Captain Benham says the automatic pilot and throttle were immediately disconnected. Plane started.
So I knew what needs to be done. You can't have the airplane roll on its back. It could have been the end of it.
They were able to turn off the right engine, which helped, but the plane was still shaking. But losing one engine wasn't the only challenge. It was the lack of visibility.
As we start the session, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to this year's recipient.
Thank you for waiting again. I think we had some technical issues, but it's all about fixing it. And then I will then invite Dave from our TV station to please put that video related to Captain Benham. Please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to this year's recipients of the Superior Airmanship Award. The flight crew of United Airlines Flight 1175, Captain Christopher Benham, Captain Paul Ayers, and First Officer Ed Gagarin.
Passengers on board a flight from San Francisco to Honolulu.
One ferry trip over the Pacific Ocean for passengers. Passengers are recounting their terrifying
You
ordeal.
might not have heard his name, but Christopher Benham prevented what could have been one of the worst aviation disasters ever. United Flight 1175 from San Francisco was about 200 miles from Honolulu. The cover from the right engine came off.
Aircraft starts shaking. I am plane pitched over. It yawed and rolled. So I've got it. I went full deflection to the left, full left rudder as she started rolling to the right.
Captain Benham says the automatic pilot and throttle were immediately disconnected. The plane started rolling.
I do acrobatic flying, so I knew what needs to be done. You can't have the airplane roll on its back. It could have been the end of it.
They were able to turn off the right engine, which helped, but the plane was still shaking. But losing one engine wasn't the only challenge. It was the lack of visibility.
As we start descending from 36,000 feet, we entered the clouds at 3,000 feet, all the way to 2,500 feet. So I had no visual reference to Honolulu, what the airport is.
So for the next 40 minutes, Captain Benham had to focus all his energy in landing the plane, preferably on the runway. He points out that 777 jets are not designed to land in the water. And of course, there were some 370 passengers, plus the crew members.
Said, oh my God, there was a town back there. I'm carrying a small town. I had to make it.
landed safely with no one injured, the pilot stood by the door to thank the passengers as they got off the plane.
Thank you both. Stellar job.
I took this video, and at the end, I told my family I loved them.
Just heard a really loud bang. Was the right engine went?
Race, and then cheered as soon as we landed. Those pilots should get an amazing, safely and incredibly smoothly. It was amazing.
Benham, Ayers, and Gagarin were honored last month in Washington, D.C. by the Pilots Union, Airline Pilots Association, with the Superior Airmanship Award. It's only the 5th time the award had been given, also put them in the union's magazine cover.
Still flies with United Airlines. He's been doing so for more than 30 years. The National Transportation Safety Board is still investigating the cause of why the engine cover came off.
This is just beautiful, and this is again about celebration of life and respecting life today. And this is what we are celebrating. And we'll be reading the proclamation in a few seconds to you, Captain Benham. But I do apologize for the technical issues that we had. But I can say that you are used to technical issues and you can handle them. So I just wanted to see how you could handle this one. You did very well. Thank you. And obviously, everything was planned. Council members, are you ready to join me to that proclamation, please? Honoring Captain Christopher Benham, October 2022.
Whereas in 2018, United Airlines Flight 1175 from San Francisco was en route to Honolulu when the 777 aircraft had catastrophic engine failure over the ocean, and
whereas Captain Benham has flown for United for more than 36 years and is certified to fly a very wide range of aircraft, and
whereas Captain Christopher Orzu Benham was at the helm of the airplane and managed to land the plane safely in Hawaii, saving the 381 passengers and crew on board, and
whereas for his actions, Captain Benham was awarded the prestigious Superior Airmanship Award by the Airline Pilots Association, and
now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby commend and celebrate the action of Captain Christopher Benham for his extraordinary heroic actions on board of Flight 1175. Captain Benham, please come close to us.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for recognizing
what my team and I did. On behalf of United Airlines, my team, flight attendants, everybody that came together to make this happen. It's not about me, it's about us. And I'm very honored to have known Vincent for a while and really, really appreciate everything you're doing for the city of Pinole and for the Iranian people, as well as recognizing me and my team members here. Thank you.
It's just incredible what you have done, Captain Benham, because you were on that control of that aircraft for almost over 40 minutes. And the amount of pressure that was on your shoulder and being able to control that aircraft. And you were in the cloud for over 40 minutes. Just for anybody who does, I've been flying for 10 years and I've got my commercial pilot license. And I can tell you that the FAA says that in average, a person who is in the cloud without any reference instrument dies within 90 seconds. Captain Benham not only didn't lose the control of the aircraft in 90 seconds, but he was in the cloud without any specific reference to his instrument, but saved the life of 281 souls. And he did it for 40 minutes with no reference to instruments. And he was able to shoot an approach into Honolulu Airport. For the people who don't know about aviation, I can tell you this is almost a miracle. This is a miracle. Thank you, Christopher. And you have saved a lot of lives, including people who have families in the city of Pinole and all around the Bay Area. As I stated today is about celebrating life and recognizing life. And we have another very important proclamation that we would like to do. It's about human rights in Iran. So I would ask my entire council members to please turn off the microphone. And this time ask to Dave from a Pinole TV station to play the next video. Thank you.
Try to express my inner feeling and thankfulness for showing me the meaning of success. Please let me explain. I never meant to cause you sorrow or pain. So let me tell you again and again and again. Now and forever. I love now and forever.
Let's take a few seconds, just a minute of silence, please, to reflect about her life and what she has done and what she's did. Thank you. I will then please invite the entire council to join me into that proclamation, please. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? Proclamation in support of human rights in Iran, including the immediate cessation of human rights abuses on the demonstrators in Iran and the immediate release of political prisoners in Iran and a free, secular, democratic Republic of Iran, October 2022. Whereas women are systematically subject to an apartheid state with much harsher restriction than men, and whereas women are our mothers, our sisters, our daughters, whereas women are the most beautiful gift, precious gift to mankind.
And whereas many individuals have been imprisoned, tortured, and executed for being defenders of human rights by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and whereas women in Iran continue to face laws that restrict rights over their bodies, the ability to think for themselves, and denied the same opportunities as men in relation to marriage, divorce, child custody, inheritance, and travel, and
whereas protests erupted across Iran after Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Iranian Kurdish woman, was pronounced dead on September 16th. She fell into a coma shortly after she was detained by the morality police for allegedly not complying with the regime's strict hijab rules in Tehran on September 13th. And
Whereas Ms. Nasrin Sotoudeh, a renowned civil rights lawyer and advocate for human rights, including rights of women, minorities, and youth, despite systemic oppression in her home country of the Islamic Republic of Iran, is currently serving a 38-year prison sentence with 148 lashes. And
whereas the city of Pinole affirms its support of human rights in Iran, including equal rights for women, the LGBTIA community, and minorities, and the end of apartheid against women and targeted religious, non-religious, and cultural minorities.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, State of California, County of Contra Costa, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, strongly condemn the brutal murder of Masha Amini and ask for immediate cessation of human rights abuses against the Iranian people, and do ask for a free, secular, democratic republic in Iran where everyone can live freely and prosper regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, beliefs, and religion. Thank you very much. Thank you for, I will be giving you the proclamation in a few seconds. I wanted to let you know that it's my pleasure to be your mayor and do this proclamation, but this is work that has been happening with the help of my entire city council. I'm just one person and it's a team effort. What is happening tonight is very, very special because I've seen people going on the street and I've seen those videos, but what is happening tonight is the first time that any type of United States, any type of government in the United States that recognizes and ask for a free secular republic in Iran. Might be the first, but we are not the last. And what I can tell you, I've reached out to every single mayor in this county, and they all have provided me their support. And that proclamation is going to go to every single cities in Contra Costa County. I have talked to my congressmen, and they are in support of that proclamation as well. And I was with Governor Gavin Newsom on Sunday, and he cares about Iran. Your voice is heard. You are not the only one. I want to let you know that there are people who are listening, but they're just working on making this happen. And I just want you to be patient. I will then ask to please welcome the recipient of this proclamation. And once I give you the proclamation, I believe we do have a few elected officials that would like to say something. We have a few mayors and a few, we have a letter from a congressman as well. And I will, why don't you do that before we go and give the proclamation? Why don't you just read the letters from our elected officials? Please go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We do have two letters. The first one reads, "Dear friends, I wish I could be with you today, but work has me in another part of our district. I am very concerned about reports of the intensifying violence against peaceful protesters in Iran. These protesters include students and women who are demanding their equal rights and freedoms. These rights are fundamental to our world, and everyone deserves to live free of this oppression. Our country must stand unified with Iranian women and all those around the world who are inspiring us with their courageous actions. Thank you for organizing this event and for making your voices heard. Sincerely, Mike Thompson, Member of Congress. The next letter reads, Dear Mayor Salimi and Pinole Council members, I support the Pinole City Council's proclamation supporting human rights in Iran. There has been a history of documented human rights violations in Iran, and Iranian authorities have arrested and detained protesters on false charges. On October 6, 2022, President Joe Biden issued Executive Order 13553 authorizing sanctions on the Iranian leaders responsible for human rights abuses and censorship. The United States Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control released a statement condemning the violence targeting protesters and violating their rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. I support human rights in Iran and all over the world, including equal rights for women and the LGBTQIA community and the rights of ethnic, racial, and religious minorities to speak out against violence and censorship by their government. I commend the city of Pinole in passing a proclamation opposing the human rights abuses that are occurring in Iran. Yours truly, John Joya, Supervisor, District 1.
Madam City Clerk, we also have the Mayor of the City of San Pablo who wants to join us via Zoom, Rita Xavier, and we also have Assembly Member Representative on behalf of Madam Buffy Wicks. We have Ilaf Yusuf online as well. If you can just let them speak as they are waiting, please.
Okay. Rita Xavier?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Rita Xavier
Okay.
is the Mayor of San Pablo. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for joining
Thank
us.
you. In the 70s, I worked for United States Senator Jacob Javits in New York State, who had been threatened by Iran. I was under protection of the federal police while in my office of the federal building. Shortly after that, the Iran hostage crisis occurred in 1979. I spent some time in 2000 with famed author and journalist Robin Wright, author of The Last Great Revolution, Turmoil and Transformation in Iran. And I still have her book that she signed for me. Now, in California, I have friends from Iran, many friends, including women. And I'm appalled by what is happening to women in their home country. I wholeheartedly support this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Then I believe we have Assembly Member Wicks, representative for our district. We have Ilaf Yusuf.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Ilaf Yusuf. I serve as Assembly Member Wicks' senior field representative. She represents 8015, which includes Pinole. And I'm here on behalf of the Assembly Member to share that she remains deeply concerned about the Iranian government's increasing violence on peaceful protesters in an uprising led by women who are demanding their equal rights and basic human dignity. She stands with the women of Iran in their fight for freedom over their own bodies, as well as the right for Iranian citizens to protest injustice without encountering further threats or abuses to their safety and inalienable human rights. Thank you so much to the City of Pinole for taking this important step.
One of my mentor in politics that the City of Pinole knows, and former Mayor Maria Alegria told me once that all politics starts at the local level. You might think that it's just Pinole, but it's just the beginning of something very, very big. I will then move on to giving the proclamation, please. If I may invite the people who are receiving the proclamation, Ms. Jade Niazi, Nyusha, please join us. Eva. I believe we have three, and yes, we have three people here. And I will let you introduce yourself and I will let you speak as well. You can either speak from here or from the podium over there. It's up to you. Okay, let's. Okay.
Thank you so much for this honor. I have a speech. I don't want.
Yeah, 1 second. Take a picture. You're welcome. I will then invite you to go to the podium over there, turn the microphone on, introduce yourself and tell people who you are and make it speak. You are not limited to the time. Okay, thank you for being here. Let me give you a hug. Hold on. I need a hug from all three of you.
Just going to make it short. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor of Pinole, and the City of Pinole Council member. I'm Nyusha Nafe Jamali, one of the citizens, and I, on behalf of our nonprofit organization, NICA, and Nyusha, myself, and all the women, I wanted to thank you. This recognition and proclamation will bring courage to the women and men and youth who are fighting every day, every second as we speak. They are on the streets, and for the basic human rules, human laws, basic freedom of speech. And your recognition will empower them and inspire them to just let them know we are their voice as they are on front line and demanding that human right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shiva Kurdistani. I'm from the same spot, the same place that Mahsa Amini. She was a Kurdish girl. I'm Kurdish. I'm proud of it. Thank you so much for this wish. I accept this on behalf of all Iranian women. They have a courage to fight for their human right, for the basic right, for breathing, for wearing whatever they want, for doing whatever they want. Thank you so much. First, I really appreciate your support on behalf of all woman, Iranian woman, that they have that courage. And after that one, I'm here behalf of Iranian American Women Foundation is an organization in Southern California. We have a 4 chapter and 12,000 members in United States. Thank you so much for this proclamation. Very nice of everybody. I'm proud I'm an American citizen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to read off because this is very important to me and I will forget things. Thank you for this opportunity to declare my solidarity with the evolving revolution in Iran for basic human rights led by women and the youth demanding a free, democratic, and just society. My name is Jaleh Niazi, and I am a pediatrician in Berkeley serving the Bay Area communities. As women all across the country and in Iran, supported by most members of society, are putting their bodies and their lives in front of a brutal, militarized police demanding basic human rights, chanting Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, woman, life, liberty. We must amplify their voices. The unarmed demonstrators, some as young as 8, are facing batons, guns, when arrested, torture, and death in the dungeons of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Yet they keep on showing up on the streets, demanding freedom and the end to this oppressive regime. These women are standing on the shoulders of women who have paved the way. No one has been a stronger defender of rights of women, children, and ethnic and religious minorities than Ms. Nasrin Sotoudeh, who is currently serving a sentence of 38 years and 148 lashes, albeit on medical furlough, for simply being their lawyer and speaking the truth. Known as the Iranian Mandela, due to her stance against gender apartheid, she was recently interviewed by Time magazine on September 29, 2022. At great peril to herself, I quote, "This is one of the most extensive protests that we've had. It spread to cities and towns all over. As you know, the spark for it was the killing of Mahsa Amini, which really embodies by itself the 43 years of pain that women have endured in this country. This is for us a physical bodily experience. It's as real an aspect of life here as it could be. Sentence after sentence, ruling after ruling are imposed on our bodies in terms of our dress. And not only that, but rape and other transgressions. They hit you and hurt you and bruise you and wrap you up in the veil once again that conceals the harm that's inflicted on you." She goes on to say that these demonstrations can lead to a regime change and states, "We expect support from everyone because we are defending our common values and principles." So how can we outside of Iran support them? The United States, the most powerful country in the world, was founded on ideals of justice and liberty, albeit for a select section of society, but having the capacity to change, to realize it for all members. Unfortunately, its foreign policy has been toxic to the Middle East. However, her people are some of the most decent people I have ever met. President Biden, in his first State of Union speech, spoke of upholding human rights around the world. This is the time to show that he means what he said. I know that it is tricky given the history of the CIA coup d'etat in 1953, overthrowing a popular prime minister, Dr. Mossadegh, and the fear of labeling the movement as American. But standing up for women's rights should not be that difficult. President Obama just recently stated that he had wished he had done more to support the 2009 Green Movement. First of all, we must not enable the Islamic Republic by providing it funds in any shape or form. So the United States or any other democratic country should not legitimize the brutal regime by negotiating with them. No nuclear deal. As a matter of fact, the American government should seize the assets of all the Iranian government officials and arrest at a minimum, deport them out of the country because they have been guilty of crimes against humanity in international courts, most recently in August of 2022 in Sweden. The US should use its influence to ask its allies to do the same. While the Iranian government and security forces have made life for their own citizens unbearable, how dare they send their children with the money they have stolen from Iran to Western countries to live freely and in luxury? Seize their assets and deport them. Our First Lady, our Vice President, other First Ladies, women leaders in Congress, in broadcasting, in entertainment, and other influencers should voice repeatedly their solidarity with the women and the people of Iran. Military intervention is not an option, but support of the internet and communication systems is a must. I thank President Biden for working on this. President Biden, don't sit with wolves in sheepskin who are pretending to represent the Iranian community abroad, but have other agendas. NIAC for years has whitewashed the human rights violations in Iran. They do not represent the Iranian American community nor the Iranian people, but the interests of the regime. This is the group that influenced President Obama's decision. Another group, the Mujahideen Khalq, fought on the side of Iraq in the Iran-Iraq war and have little following in the country. So even though Mr. Azimi, who is now being interviewed by many news outlets, claims that Maryam Rajavi, their leader, is leading this movement, it is simply a lie. The women, the youth of Iran are leading this movement. Listen to their voices, help them realize their dreams, and after they have overthrown this regime, use your power to have an international committee monitor a fair election in Iran. Despite the Islamic Republic of Iran's rhetoric, Iranians love Americans and American values. Actually, it is a two-way street. The founding fathers consulted Cyropedia from thousands of years ago to see how to govern and honor a land made of different ethnicities, religions, and languages. President Biden, if you do what America at its best stands for, it will not only free a people from an oppressive regime, but will have the added benefit of winning you many more votes in November. But what can ordinary citizens do to support democracy in Iran? Share and reshare on all platforms any news that comes about Iran to keep this struggle alive in the world's eyes, because the Islamic Republic is counting on people losing interest. Call out those who are providing fake news about these demonstrations. Sign petitions in support of movements. For example, there is a petition circulating requesting the United Nations to remove the Islamic Republic from UN's Women's Rights Commission. I mean, this is a farce for them to be on that commission. Attend rallies in support of the Iranian movement and contact your representatives, which I'm lovely to hear. Thank you so much. To pass resolutions in support of human rights and against human rights violations that are happening in Iran. This is the United States, and people have the right to hold their representatives accountable. This is what a free society looks like. I am here today because of this fact. Mayor Salimi, I thank you for your strong support for human rights, women's rights in Iran. And with this proclamation, which is special in that you are the first to do ask for a republic, but it is the sixth co-signatory and the fourth city to sign this human rights resolution that I'm aware of, putting the Islamic Republic on notice that their behavior is no longer acceptable. Alameda County Democratic Party and the University of California Student Association are two co-signatories of a similar resolution. Cities of Berkeley, Oakland, Danville, and Santa Cruz have already passed resolutions in support of human rights in Iran. Cities of Richmond and Emeryville are considering passing them. We hope to build this movement all across the country, signing up as many cities in the US and outside of the United States, modeled by the successful campaign for Nelson Mandela and against the South African apartheid system initiated by Glasgow, Scotland, eventually signing up more than 2,500 cities in 56 countries around the world. The Iranian Mandela and the women's rights movement deserve nothing less. Mayor Salimi, thank you from the bottom of my heart for being the voice of the Iranian women and the Iranian people, and giving me this opportunity to express my opinions. Zan, Zendegi, Azadi. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Then I will then move on to public comments, please. How many public comments we have online, and how many public card do we have in person? I just want to let you know that everybody is welcome to make a public comment right now on that subject. All you have to do is fill out one of those forms. Where are they located, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, we don't have any public comments in regard to the proclamations. We do have citizens to be heard, but we haven't gotten there yet.
I'm sorry. Okay, we don't have. I believe a few people have reached back to me and wanted to make a few comments related to that proclamation, but they may not know the process of filling out those cards. Can you please let the audience know where the cards are located?
Yes, if anyone in person wants to make a public comment, the yellow speaker cards are right there in the back of the room. And please print your name and the item that you wish to speak on. Mayor, we do have one online.
Yes, why don't we move to former Mayor Roy Swearingen, I believe is that correct?
Yes.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for recognizing me. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Very good. Something I would like to suggest to the City Council to take a look at. And one of the most significant things that the council has done in the past month, of course, is to approve reopening of Fire Station 74. And there is some questions out there as to how.
Mr. Swearingen, I believe you are questioning right now. It's about comments on proclamation. Excuse me, sir. Not about
I'm sorry,
Station 74.
I raised my hand for citizens to be heard.
No, I do apologize. It's not citizen to be heard. Sorry about the confusion. But we'll get back to you about citizen to be heard in a little while. We'll just be waiting for additional comments from the public. Thank you, sir. We'll be back to you shortly. The city of Pinole reopened a fire station that was closed for 11 years. And that's what happened actually last week. Madam City Clerk, please go ahead.
We have Mr. Esfandiar Imani.
Excellent. If you can please state your name, city of residence, and if you represent any organization, please say it out loud so the people get to hear it. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Salimi. My name is Esfandiar Imani. I'm a longtime Bay Area resident living in Berkeley. I'm here to thank you and the city of Pinole for the proclamation you are presenting tonight in support of the Iranian people in this critical time where they truly need and deserve supports from all corners of the world. As we speak, the world is witnessing the brave uprising initiated and led by Iranian women, fighting against tyranny and oppression, fighting for freedom and democracy. The least we can do today, 10,000 miles away, is to show our solidarity with them, letting them know that we are watching and supporting their fearless fight. And at the same time, letting the Islamic Republic government know that we are watching them as well and holding them accountable. I urge everyone here, and not only the Iranian American, to contact our state and federal government representatives, whether with a simple 1-minute phone call or an email or a tweet or any communication form of your choice to voice our support for the Iranian people and ask them move away from appeasement and enabling policies with Islamic Republic. Stopping any nuclear deal and any sanction easement negotiations. I came to this country at the cusp of 1979 revolution in Iran. Since then, I, like millions of Iranians who migrated abroad, mostly not by true choice, and many millions more in Iran have witnessed how the 1979 revolution have hijacked by clergies and how the people of a country with immense resources and rich culture have been deprived brutally, even from basic needs. The Iranian people are well known for their generosity. You can ask that from anyone who has visited Iran or has a close relationship with Iranian American here. This regime for more than 4 decades has tapped into and exploited beyond measures that generosity. The Iranian people in Iran and millions of us all over the world, as it is evident today and tonight, are fed up with this exploitation. Fed up with Islamic government's lies, fed up with the astronomical corruption, fed up with their divisive governance, fed up with their disastrous domestic and foreign policies, and fed up with the lack of respect and values for their own citizens, in particular.
Please continue. I'll let you speak. Please continue.
We are fed up and we want a free, secular government for the Iranian people, by the Iranian people. On that note, I've come to my closing comment here. The current uprising in Iran is pure grassroots with no political organization behind it. We don't see any flags. We don't hear any chants in support of organizations in political organization in the streets. I wish all the political organizations here in this community and other parts of the world outside Iran would respect that and do not create diversions, divisiveness in this movement. Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, women, life, liberty. Thank you so much.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening. I'm glad to see the council taking a strong stand in support of the rights of women and people in Iran against a regime that seeks to crush their liberties, their fight for their freedoms, and their very lives. In the past, when the council has made proclamations along these lines, there have been questions about whether or not doing this as the first thing would be worthwhile, whether it would be an overreach for the council to engage in this sort of proclamation. And I think that tonight the council has shown that it agrees that it's not an overreach, that it's important that we as a community in the city of Pinole show our shared values with the protesters of Iran, who are fighting for a secular republic where everyone can live free to express themselves, to wear the attire that they wish, to be who they are, regardless of their gender, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their religion. Fundamentally, those values are America's values. Those values are Pinole's values. And that's why it's important that the city of Pinole is making this proclamation, even if it's the first to do so, because it's important that we stand up for our values and that we stand up for people who are fighting for those same values, no matter where in the world they are, because values and fights for them never stay in just one place. Iran is sending drones now to attack people in Ukraine who in 2014 had a revolution against a similar tyranny, not a religion, but the one that still attempted to oppress the Ukrainian people and limit their spirit. You can't isolate an idea. You can't say if liberty is forced into silence here, that it won't have an impact elsewhere. And that's why it's important that we here in Pinole, the community and the city, stand in support of the people in Iran who are fighting fundamentally for their freedom, because their freedom impacts us and impacts the freedom of everyone throughout the world. Thank you.
Christopher Benham.
Good evening. I do not have a written speech. I'm just going to talk to you from my heart. I'm an Iranian-American citizen. I've been here for 42 years. My dad was a political prisoner under this regime for 5 years, tortured, beaten, totally disgraced. It took me 90, and after that, he was under house arrest for 13 years. Finally, we were able to bring him to this country, where he spent a few years of his life, and he passed away about 4 years ago. We Iranians know what's going on. It is time for American people to hear the Iranian cries. We Iranians cannot and should not just send hashtags, emojis, and sing or show sad songs. We need to come together and unite. There is power in unity. I have, with the help of friends, created an organization, helpfreeiran.net. We need to be the voice of the Iranian in front of the US government, Senate, Congress. I know how the system works here. We are asking for donations to send a petition to the US government. I'm asking for 1 million signatures. This is just signatures, guys. It's free. It's signature basically saying what everybody else is saying, what Iranian people want. To do things right, we have to have an organization. We have the system in place. So last week, I was in San Francisco in front of 5,000 people and I said the same message. We need to come together. We need to unite. United we stand. United we will win. The organization has been set up, is a 501c charitable organization, is non-political. I say again, is non-political. We want to get in front of CNN, Fox, and tell the wonderful American people what's going on. My best friends that I've been friends with for 37 years, the only thing they know about Iran, that Iranians burn American flags and say death to America. Islamic Republic is different than Iran and Iranian people. And we need to make sure everybody knows that. But the money collected, we are going to put one-page ad in Washington Post and New York Times. And we are going to get everybody to come together to move this forward. And stuff that's going on in Iran, messages coming from Iran is horrific. They just set fire to a prison as the kids that were taken off the streets. Just one.
Continue, please.
The
Go ahead.
kids that were just taken off the street, these are the potential leaders and the best bright minds of Sharif University were told to get out of the prison and they were shot. So they can tell the rest of the world they were trying to escape. Please, please, please do not buy into this stuff like that. Please hear the Iranian people, hear their cries, and if you can, support us to support them. Thank you.
There are no more public comments.
Yes,
It says citizen.
yes, no, yes.
But are you Sohila?
Ruela, yes.
Sohila? Okay,
She's a citizen of Pinole.
go ahead.
Yes, actually, I live in Richmond, but I've been in the Bay Area for over 35 years.
I would like to thank Mayor Salimi and the entire City Council of People and kind people of Pinole for standing next to Iranian people as they struggle for their human rights and women's rights in Iran. I just want to briefly introduce myself so you know more about your Iranian American fellows living amongst you. I came to America, even though I was a very bright and top student, I couldn't get into the university because I was not Islamist enough. My husband, so I came here, I went to UC Berkeley, got an engineering degree. My husband was a political prisoner for 6 years and had to be smuggled out of Kurdistan mountains. He risked his life to escape the country. We've been living here and enjoying this democratic society to the point that now I'm running for local office. But people in Iran don't have that privilege. That's why we very much appreciate the Iranian American community appreciates you standing next to us. Not everyone here is here out of free will. Many of us are in exile, basically. We don't have the option of going back. I would like to acknowledge a well-known Iranian writer whose books have been translated into 30 languages, Ms. Shahnoosh Parsipur, who is amongst us tonight. Honored to have her.
Please stand up so that everybody gets to see you.
Thank you. She has won numerous literary awards in the world, but cannot go back home. Unfortunately, we cannot even go back home for a visit. Human rights are universal, and Iranian people are deprived from it. They're struggling for it. They're struggling for democracy. It's very important to acknowledge the right to self-determination as well. Self-determination is an essential principle of democracy. A just and sustainable democracy is the one that is achieved by the people through their struggles for freedom. That's what the Iranian people are going through right now. And that is what we want, we expect from all governments, respect their self-determination, their right to self-determination, at the same time as we ask from the people all over the world for their solidarity and support. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comments? What about on Zoom?
No, there are no public comments.
That concludes that proclamation. It's 7:32. Then I will take your 8-minute breaks and we'll resume to the rest of the proclamation and then move on to the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much for coming. Against? Welcome back to the City of Pinole City Council. It's Tuesday, October 18. Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the city, and with the rest of the City Council, welcome you back. We are on item 8A1, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I will please invite the entire City Council to read that proclamation with me. Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2022. Whereas October is National Breast Month, Cancer Awareness Month, which is an annual campaign to increase awareness of the disease. And
whereas cancer changes everyone and every family it touches, and breast cancer is the most common cancer in American women, except for skin cancers, and whereas 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed in their lifetimes, including an expected 290,000 just this year. And
whereas in 2022, an estimated 287,500 new cases of invasive breast cancer will be diagnosed in women in the US, as well as 51,400 new cases of non-invasive breast cancer. And whereas although rare, men get breast cancer too. In 2022, an estimated 2,710 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the US. And
Whereas with routine mammogram screening and follow-up testing, the disease can be detected early so it can be most effectively treated and save lives. And whereas according to the American Cancer Society, when breast cancer is detected early and it is in the localized stage, the 5-year relative survival rate is 99%. And
whereas it is estimated that in 2022, approximately 30% of all new women cancer diagnoses will be breast cancer. And whereas on average, every 2 minutes, a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States, and there are over 3.8 million breast cancer survivors in the United States.
now therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, proclaim October 2022 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Pinole and encourage citizens, government agencies, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, and other interested groups to join in activities that will increase awareness of what Americans can do to prevent and control breast cancer, and pay tribute to those who have lost their life to this disease. I would like to hand that proclamation to Councilmember Tom Sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll accept this on behalf of all women, our family members that are struggling with breast cancer, have survived breast cancer, and we need to promote the early testing for all women. So thank you.
You're welcome. And screening is very important. I believe I encourage after a specific age. I don't know what the frequency of screening is today. I believe that every 2 years.
I believe it depends on the age of a woman, but we need to check with their physicians, their medical
Excellent. Thank you.
providers. Thank you.
The next proclamation will be Indigenous Peoples Day. It was, I believe, on October 10, actually was the day where we met last week and reopened Station 74, but that specific day. I will then invite you please to join me in reading that proclamation. And I'll be giving it to you, Council Member, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, because you are the person who initially started the the statement within the city council to recognize them, okay? So, just telling that so you can ready for your acceptance speech. Indigenous Peoples' Day, October 10, 2022. Whereas the idea of Indigenous Peoples' Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored international conference on discrimination against indigenous populations in the Americas. And
whereas in 1990, representatives from 120 indigenous nations at the First Continental Conference on 500 Years of Indian Resistance unanimously passed a resolution to transform Columbus Day into an opportunity to reveal the historic truths about pre-existing indigenous cultures and peoples that have survived a colonization process most often violent and continue to exist and thrive in present-day America. And
whereas for centuries, indigenous people were forcibly removed from ancestral lands, displaced, assimilated, and banned from worshiping or performing many sacred ceremonies. And whereas states, cities, schools, and community groups across the nation are observing Indigenous Peoples' Day to raise awareness of the culture and history of Native people, as well as their right to respect, justice, dignity, and equal opportunity. And
whereas the city of Pinole wishes to join the national movement to replace Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples' Day, recognizing the importance of acknowledging the past while supporting efforts to improve the future. And whereas the city urges public and private schools in Pinole to adopt a curriculum that demonstrates a commitment to increasing awareness of the Ohlone people, a collective of the surviving natives from many tribes, the traditional inhabitants of this region. And
whereas on the second Monday of October, we should honor the historic, cultural, and contemporary significance of Indigenous peoples and their ancestral lands that have also become known as the Americas, and celebrate their contributions to communities throughout the land we call Pinole in the United States and all over the world.
now therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, do proclaim October 10, 2022 as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the City of Pinole and encourage all citizens to uplift our country's indigenous roots, history, and contributions. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
the only words I have are thank you.
Excellent. You're welcome. The next one will be a very important one, which will be also the National Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month. And I will start it and I will invite Councilmember Martinez Zuben to finish it, if it's fine. So I would invite you to start the proclamation. Are you ready? Yes. Yes. National Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month, September 15, October 15, 2022. Whereas National Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month is celebrated nationwide from September 15 to October 15 each year. And
whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover the month in which it is celebrated today. And whereas September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and 18th respectively. And
Whereas Latinx communities have roots that stretch throughout North, Central, and South America, and many trace their ancestors to the original indigenous communities of Latin America, Hispaniola, and Africa, and may speak a variety of different languages. And Hispanic communities are descendants from Spanish-speaking countries and have ancestral ties to Spain. And whereas throughout California history, Hispanic, Latinx communities have fought inequalities and injustices, shaping the state's social, political, and economic landscapes. And the legacy continues today. And
whereas diversity is California's strength and Hispanic Latinx communities contribute to this strength every day. And whereas the 2022 theme for Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month is Unidos, inclusivity for a stronger nation. And
whereas the city of Pinole is committed to recognizing Hispanic and Latinx culture and heritage as an important part of the city and its strong, inclusive community. And whereas throughout the history of the United States, members of the Hispanic and Latinx communities have helped shape the social, political, and economic landscape of this country, state, and our city.
now therefore, I, Norma Martinez Rubin, council member and former mayor of the city of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month, and invite the city to regard this proclamation as an opportunity to reflect on the rich culture, history, and contributions of Hispanic Latinx people to the enrichment of the city of Pinole.
all right, it looks like we'll probably go to the next item, which is let's actually go back to item 7B, which is mayor and council appointments. I don't see any appointments tonight, so we'll go to item 7C, council and city council committee reports and communications. Councilmember Toms.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I attended National Night Out a few weeks ago, as did I think the rest of the council, and it was a very successful evening. Thank you for all the city staff that put that together. I also attended a forum on electrifying your house, which was very interesting. And I think that as we move forward, with looking at modifications to the building codes in the future, it was a very good presentation. And then lastly, I attended our WestCat board meeting along with Director Martinez Rubin. And just a reminder to Pinole residents that October, for the rest of October, there are free rides on WestCat. So that concludes my reports.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Any questions? All right, Councilmember Tate.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. With Director Toms, joined her and others on the WestCat board, and a number of items that were part of the business then on October 13th was the consideration to go to possibly have hybrid meetings so that the public can participate in those meetings. And so that discussion will be had further, and staff will bring back possibilities about returning to a combination of in-person and remote or Zoom meetings. Also, a discussion about continuing participation in the Clipper program. About 50% of the ridership on WestCat uses Clipper cards, and the board approved continuation of that program, as well as one more item that we covered, and that was actually in my next report, the WICTAC meeting that was held on September 23rd talked about a travel training program in which WestCat has participated. And that travel training program has included seniors from our own senior center and elsewhere in neighboring cities to orient them to the use of transit, including the Lynx buses that travel from Hercules into the city and back. So that's good news. And we also got an update about the Richmond Ferry. The Richmond Ferry is gradually seeing increase in riderships, although not nearly close to what it was pre-COVID, but we will get there. There was a discussion about an interchange that affects many of the commuters here in Pinole, and that's the I-80 San Pablo Dam Road interchange. The CCTA, or Contra Costa Transportation Authority, along with Caltrans, has applied for a grant of $500,000 to provide a local match so that there can be funding to go on to the next phase of that. So at some point, among the changes that will be included in that interchange is a wider area where pedestrians can safely cross over the I-80 at San Pablo Dam Road. That is what I would like to report about my committee meetings. And as well, I will reserve the next for agenda item requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. A quick report from me. As your Mayor Pro Tem, I attended a few events. It's been a busy month this month. First and foremost, I joined Councilor Toms at the opening of Home Goods. We have a Home Goods now in the city of Pinole, which is really excited. That's at 1330A Fitzgerald Drive. So if you're like me, go ahead and shop. If you're not like me, go ahead and shop. We'd love to have some support for Home Goods. But we also have a new small business here in downtown Pinole, which is called Broadway Rhythm. And on Sunday, I joined the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce at 660 Tenant Avenue to really celebrate Broadway Rhythm, which is a dance studio, and they do some performing arts education as well. So again, exciting times here in Pinole, and it's great to have some new businesses here. So I encourage the public to go out and both celebrate those businesses, but perhaps you want to dance or buy some goods for your home. Today, I also attended the California Natural Resources Agency's California Extreme Heat Symposium. This symposium was again hosted by the Natural Resources Agency of California and really discussed the need to address our extreme heat waves. Right now, California has a strategic plan around extreme heat, and the budget of the California budget is now allocating $300 million for cities to really integrate their own extreme heat plans into that. What we know is that last month in September, we had record heat waves, not just in this area, but across the state of California. And so it's going to be really important for us as a community to decide how we support our own vulnerable residents, especially those with chronic illnesses around that time, so that people don't have to deal with that. Of course, many folks know we have the Pinole Senior Center as a cooling center when these moments happen, but perhaps we can explore more. And with the also addition to our climate action and adaptation plan, perhaps we can also discuss how we can integrate that work into there. So it was a great workshop, and apparently also there was an online access, and Councilmember Thomas also joined as well. And a couple other things I wanted to say. I joined a wonderful St. Joseph's Community Oktoberfest last Saturday. Shout out to the St. Joseph's community for a wonderful event. I know it's a big fundraiser for them, but it also is the 75th anniversary of the St. Joseph Church. And it is so exciting to be able to celebrate with them all year, but their Oktoberfest went really well. So it was a great event. And last but not least, the Senior Center. I want to circle back to that. There are some great programs for our community at the Pinole Senior Center. So I definitely want to both thank the staff at the Senior Center for hosting such incredible programs, including, again, our monthly food bank that happens on the second Monday of every month. And I think we are at about 200 families who benefit from that program, which is really great. But also I got to attend a very unique workshop around smartphone usage. Many folks don't know, but we have a program at the Senior Center that the California Phones program comes and teaches folks how to use a smartphone, how to use a Android or how to use an iPhone. Some folks may say why that's important. Well, we are trying to improve our communications as a city, but we can improve if folks don't know how to use their iPhone to receive the communication. So it is a phenomenal program that they do at the Senior Center. The next one is on October 28th. And feel free to call the Pinole Senior Center about the time. I believe it's 1 p.m. But again, this is also a program that is in partnership with California Phones. And there's a bunch of resources online around free trainings as well as free tools that make it easier for you to use your smartphone. So I want to uplift that. And again, thank you to our Pinole Senior Center staff for coordinating and partnering with agencies that can support our community. Lastly, I wanted to just mention two things. The Quinnen Street Project, which is a nonprofit here in Pinole, is having their second annual Halloween festival on Saturday, October 29th. It's a full day fundraiser, but it's a full day event for mostly for kids, unless you're an adult kid. That'll be a bunch of games, and they're also screening Hocus Pocus. So again, bring your children out. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of candy and healthy snacks like carrots. Just kidding about the carrots, if you are interested. But again, that's on Saturday, October 29th. And then the last thing is something that's happening at the federal level, which I really wanted to make sure that residents in Pinole took advantage of. And that's really the federal student aid relief. Student loan debt is a really big issue for many across our community in Pinole, across the state of California and the nation. And one exciting program that now the federal government has released is the student aid relief. That means that you can receive up to $20,000 and your loans being taken away if you apply on studentaid.gov. You must apply no later than December 31st, 2022. The application, I've heard, takes anywhere between 15 and 45 seconds of your time. So again, it is at studentaid.gov. I want to reinforce to beware of scammers and robots. The federal government is not currently reaching out about this program via phones or text. So if you receive someone who calls you about that and wants to get your information, that is not the program. Please go to studentaid.gov, again, studentaid.gov, in order to receive this benefit. And again, this is for anyone who has any form of student loan debt. You get from $10,000 to $20,000 of your student loan debt relieved. So again, that's a very important federal student program. And I would love for us to really push that out to the community as much as possible, as I'm sure many folks could benefit from it. So that is all for my report tonight, and thank you so much. And Mayor, you may take the meeting back in your hands.
I do apologize. I received a phone call from Congressman Garamendi. So when the congressman calls you, no matter where you are, I think something important, especially when they call you at 8:20. So just to let you know that he has heard what is happening in Iran, they take it very seriously, and they are here to help. And I'll be meeting with him tomorrow. Yes, this weekend I met the governor of the state. We had some conversation about different issues. So I did also meet some other congressmen. Going back to a discussion that we had a few months ago, I do remember we had the French government here visiting the city of Pinole to discuss about economic development. So did we have the government of Ukraine who came to visit us here in Pinole a few weeks ago? They both asked us to do sister cities. And I think the General Council of Ukraine actually wanted to the city of Pinole to be a sister city with one of the first liberated cities in Ukraine. So they wanted to give us the honor of the city of Pinole taking one of those first liberated cities that had just been taken away from the Russians. So it's something that I would ask as part of my future item request. It's to do a sister cities with the city of French city and one as well as the Ukrainian cities. So that's what I have to report for now, but thank you for taking over. I do apologize. I don't know who has spoken and who has not spoken so far. So I just came in the middle. So please help me out here.
Mayor, everyone has spoken for item 7C, and I think we could, I think traditionally you just ask for public public comments for the entire item 7. So that would mean we're at item 7D.
Excellent. Let it be. Do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk?
We do for citizens to be heard, so we'll need to go back to that
Okay,
after
no problem.
item 7.
I will then move on to item 7D, which is City Council request for future agenda items. I will start with your Mayor Pro Tem. Please go ahead.
Sure. I am looking forward to discussing more on item 9E on tonight's agenda, but I would love, because we usually have these come before the agenda, I would love a presentation for a future council meeting on what other cities are doing to use their shared wealth to make more sustainable purchases. So I think tonight's item will be talking about in reference to specifically incorporating supporting grants and Caltrans local assistance programs, but I'd love to see what other cities are doing. So it'd be great to have a presentation at a future council meeting.
Is the request clear for staff?
Yeah.
Yes, excellent. Do we have the consent of the council? Let's see. Yes, please.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have any other item, please?
No, Mayor, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Anthony Tave. I'm just going to reverse order that I did last time we had the conversation related to fire station.
One thing that came up was just speaking in the community was murals. I know I drive by a mural under the railroad tracks over off of Tenet. And I know that we have other murals around town, and what the program is to refresh those murals and update them. And any other art that might be out there, just what that inventory looks like and what type of program they're on. I know that we had a discussion about procurement policy and donations to the city to help refresh some of those. So I was just wondering if we can maybe have that come back to council and have kind of a report on what that process looks like.
Is this clear to the staff what the council member Tave is asking? Do we have the consent from the
Yes.
council?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, council member. Do you have any other requests, please?
No other requests.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez Uben. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. There was mention prior to and also a recent visit by council members at to the event that was sponsored by St. Joseph's. If you have lived in Pinole long enough, you know that St. Joseph's is a good thing at fundraising and having community-wide events that require us to make certain that we save some parking space around town because they really draw a crowd. So I would like the council to prepare some recognition, perhaps a proclamation, honoring that St. Joseph, the St. Joseph community has made it to its 75th anniversary. We haven't had that kind of recognition yet for them, and they're an important.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Uben. I just want to let you know that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy has reached out to me about 3 weeks ago asking me to do so, and I have been guilty of forgetting about it. So that when we had Oktoberfest on Saturday, we didn't have any proclamation to give them, and I take the entire responsibilities of not having provided that. But I'm glad you brought it back, and I'm glad, Mayor Pro Tem, that you thought about them and understand if it's. I don't think the council has any issue doing such a proclamation.
Okay, let's help them celebrate. Thank you. I have another request, and that is related to the season we're in. We're in campaign season. And I know that we have an item on consent calendar related to fair practices. Those speak to more the results of campaigning. And I'd like us to also recognize that we have a responsibility as council members and electeds, and possibly also as candidates, to honor the kinds of training and staff involvement and staff's time to put together an orientation to help us all understand how important it is to have honorable, fair campaigning. My request to the council is that we have a discussion to lead to possibly enhancing that section of our municipal code that speaks to placement of campaign signs per the municipal code that is in place that exempts political campaigns. we have experience not only in this election cycle, but in prior election cycles. And I anticipate that 2 years from now, we will be seeing similar kinds of activity that really does not reflect the integrity that all candidates ought to have when campaigning, either they're the candidates themselves or their supporters. And I would like to see then, therefore, that part of our Muni code also reflects that the misplacement of campaign signs and what is very obvious to many are locations that are public property, and yet we continue seeing campaign signs on such properties, disrespecting private properties to the extent of stealing campaign signs. It's really not tolerable nor acceptable. So, Council?
Yes, thank you. So, thank you. I just want to make sure that the staff did understand because there are three aspects to it. First of all, it was a discussion on campaign sign and understanding what the rules and regulations were. Second item was the misplacement, and I believe the third one was about stealing, correct? It's almost the same subject, correct? Correct me wrong. What did you understand about what this discussion should be, staff? We can just clarify what Councilmember Martinez is asking. I want to make sure that you understand it, everybody else understand. And I don't have an issue having that conversation, but I just think we want to have the time to do it. But you want to act to do it before the end of the election, Councilmember?
Not necessarily, but I think that we need to take a look at the Muni code and any other content that helps support it.
Okay.
Because at this point, we
Yes.
have one statement that reads signage on any public property or in any right of way is prohibited according to Pinole Municipal Code 17.54030. Evidently, that's not sufficient. So we have to be more explicit about what public property means and what that particular specific statement means. Thank
You, I would ask to City Attorney Cashel, do you understand what exactly Councilmember Martinez Ruben is asking? And
Yeah, through the chair. So we do have a section of the municipal code that governs and kind of regulates signs, and it's what city staff relies on for code enforcement related actions related to campaign signs. So we could certainly present on that particular ordinance or that section of the municipal code, take suggestions from the city council on revisions or updates to that. And we could also kind of expand that to provide an overview of just some of the other laws that also impact and affect campaign signage in the city.
yes, yes on me, yes on the rest of the council.
Sure. And
Yes.
perhaps some comparisons around what other cities are doing. I'm sure we have to do some what I hear is modernizing to that code. So let's explore those options too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just very sorry that it's happening. I know all the candidates individually, and they're all great candidates, and I get along with them very well. When I see things like that happening here in Pinole, it just makes me sad as a mayor, and it doesn't reflect nicely to us. And ultimately, we know when you have business owners here in the city and they see that things like that is happening, behaviors and 5 years old should be having. Why would they want to invest? I'm a business owner. Why would I want to invest millions of dollars in a city where people's signs are disappearing if they cannot just get along on signs? And I think we have had this issue after the recall a few years, 20 years ago, but things are changing because we are unified and we are moving towards the same goal of making Pinole a successful place to be in. Great for business.
And if I may, Mayor Salimi, it also boils down to really fiscal impact and operations, because we want our single code enforcement officer not to be wasting precious public funds collecting misplaced signs. The use of that person's time is of value, and there are more important things for that person to be doing than collecting intentionally misplaced signs. So have to include that in the staff report, please, as well. The cost of having to pick up signs when it is very obvious to some, maybe not all, what public property is versus private property. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Thoms, I'm sorry, it's all you have to say? Yes?
For now, yes, thank you.
Councilmember Thoms.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that should be, if we can refer that to the municipal code committee, or do we have to put it on the agenda first and then refer it?
I think it goes to the municipal code first and then the agenda. council?
It's at the direction of the council, so the council can provide some guidance, or the municipal code update subcommittee can take on the issue, provide some recommendations to the council in the form of a discussion.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way.
Which way is the best way?
Have it go to the municipal code committee. If we can, from here, refer it to the municipal code committee and then bring it to the council.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's follow process as we're trying to also model that other people follow process. Thank you.
So we'll go municipal code and then the council. Thank you very much. And then, Councilmember Tom, do you have any other items?
I don't have any items right now, but depending on the rest of the meeting,
Yes.
I may have an item later, so I would
Yes,
just
I will.
ask that we
I will.
continue this item,
Yes, no problem.
leave it open for the end of
Do you
the.
have an idea on which specific subject you might have an idea?
No, not at this point.
Okay, I will bring it back. My two items are sister cities with the Ukrainian city. And I believe the General Council of Ukraine, who was here a month ago, offered us to do a sister city with one of the first liberated cities in Ukraine. And so did the French government when they came here doing business development. And the French government was willing to spend millions of dollars into developing the city of Pinole, as well as the entire county. So it's just a matter of following up. I would ask also the city staff to please follow up on those business opportunities with the French government if it's possible. Thank you. I think that concludes item 7B. I would then turn back to our city manager that's do a wonderful job and helping us to work together and with the entire staff. City manager, good evening.
Good evening. I have no report this evening, but just to return to item 7D, did we have council consensus on a future agenda item for sister cities for Ukraine and France?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about item 7E, which F, which is the city attorney report. Good evening, sir.
Real quick, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
City Attorney, I was just gonna ask, there was a inquiry around the nonprofit standard policy. Is that gonna come to the agenda at some point? So there was an inquiry around how we accept nonprofit donations, the city of Pinole.
So there are two things that staff are developing policies on related to donations. One is donations of city funds to nonprofits. The other is the acceptance of donations and sponsorships from private businesses. So those could be eventually, as a result of staff's work, those will come to the city council.
Okay.
Through the draft process.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Thank you for waiting.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, can I?
Yes, they don't want you to back up.
Sorry.
What's going on here? We have to say something very bad.
And I think we talked about it, but in-kind donations as well, will that be covered within? Okay, good, thanks.
Okay. Are you sure you don't have anything else to say? Okay, thank you. Good evening,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, I'll hit the mic now.
I forget. No, go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just briefly, I wanted to mention that yesterday, Governor Newsom announced that the COVID-19 related state of emergency proclamation that was declared back in March of 2020, that he is going to end that effective February 28th of 2023. So it's a little ways away, but that will impact the city's ability to rely on things like AB 361. And I know that you all serve on other public agencies as well. So it's going to also impact the way in which public meetings are conducted for some of your other boards as well. We're going to analyze the impact of that on all the different bills that have been passed in recent months as it relates to remote meetings. But I just wanted to put that on your radar and for members of the public as well, because it does impact more than just public meetings. Obviously, it's other things that were impacted and that are kind of effective in reliance on that state of emergency. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. March of 2023, correct?
February 28th of 2023.
It's coming sooner than expected. Great. That concludes item number 7. Madam City Clerk, comments on 7, and then we'll move on to the next of the agenda.
No comments on 7.
Okay, excellent. Do we have any public comments here in people in the public that have been waiting?
Yes, we do have a couple in person for citizens to be heard, and then we do have a couple on via Zoom.
Okay, I will take the item on the agenda for public comments and Zoom. And then what I would like to do, just in respect to the business owners that have been waiting here, we'll move on to your item, so you don't have to wait any longer. Thank you for your patience. Madam City Clerk, public comment, please.
And is this item 6, citizens to be heard?
Yes.
We have Sal Spataro and Rafael Menace.
And online, I believe former mayor and existing treasurer wanted to speak as well. I don't know if Mr. Swearingen is still with us. Okay, probably.
Good evening. I'm here to speak, citizens to be heard. I'd like to congratulate and thank the city council and the city manager, fire chief, and everybody that was involved. Also Supervisor John Joya, who's somewhere tonight, for the merger of Pinole Fire Department and Con Fire. I've always taken a personal interest in this. For years, it's been a big discussion, and many people have always said it'll never happen. It's just not ever going to happen. But look what happened. So I'm very happy, and I think most of the city is happy. I don't know too many people who are against it. I can't imagine why anybody would be against it. Anyway, thank you. Also, now that we've moved a little mountain to make our fire department better, I think we should shift our focus to the police department and talk to the chief and, the management and the policemen. And let's see if we can try to make our police department better. So we will have done equally well for all of our first responders. And lastly, it's election season. We're close to the election. I've already voted. Voting is very, very easy. And I would like to implore young people to register and vote. It's so easy to do, voting by mail. Young people have to realize that they will inherit the world. I'm an older guy, and I have to think about what it is that young people are inheriting from us. So I implore all young people who are eligible to vote, please register, please vote, please get involved, make sure that you're going to get a good inheritance. So that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we support our fire department as well as our police department, and would like to thank you for all the work that you're doing. And I think the police department is one of the best run department in the entire city. And we will make sure that police needs is being met, and we continue doing that. And the entire city council has always been pro police in the city, and we continue doing it as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of the city of Pinole and also a candidate for Pinole City Council. At the end of my comments tonight, I'm going to report on, case of vote, just finally coming. So first, fortunately, we've had a net decrease in our COVID-19 cases in the city of Pinole. We're only at 145.4 per 100,000, which is quite a bit less than the last time I spoke about this, but still leaves us at 6th worst in the entire county. And I believe the standard is at 100 per 100,000 and below, it's safe to not wear a mask outside, and at 50 per 100,000 and below, it's safe to not wear a mask indoors. And there are in fact several locations in the county that are below 100 per 100,000. So that is feasible, but we're not quite there in Pinole yet, which is why I'm still wearing a mask. Now, with regards to Pinole's future, I've talked a bit in the past about why we should protect Pinole's future. But tonight I'd like to talk a bit about how, because that's why I'm running for Pinole City Council, is to protect Pinole's future by making the city more transparent, by making it more engaged, and by making it more resilient. First, and most importantly, we need transparency. A lot of people in the city simply aren't aware of the longer-term fiscal challenges that the city of Pinole faces. We have, as of April, a $46.5 million unfunded retiree healthcare liability, entirely separate from pensions, that the city currently doesn't have a plan for paying for it, except on a pay-as-you-go basis. We have the city roads, which was $42 million to repair back in 2019. It's more now. How much exactly, we don't know, because the payment condition index is still being evaluated, but estimates are $80 to $100 million. And the storm sewer system master plan got pushed off of this year's capital improvement project, which is a problem because until we can evaluate the condition of the storm sewers, we don't know how badly off they are. And every time they leak into the main sewer lines, we're paying Hercules more money. Secondly, once people are aware of what's going on, we need them to be more engaged with the city. We're going to be talking more about that tonight in the communications and engagement plan, so I'll reserve some of my comments for that item. But it's important that we engage as a community, not just the city engage with us. And finally, we need resilience. Once people are aware of what the problems are, once they're engaged with the city, we need to vote for the resources the city needs to be able to fund the challenges it faces, to be able to have cooling centers, improve roads, and so on. My website is menaceforpinole.org, and I would appreciate your vote this November. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? We'll come back to Mr. Hindler. We have a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748.
So we have public comments at this moment. So anybody who wants to join public comments.
Can you hear me?
Join us.
Yes, can you please?
Oh.
Yes, can you please state your name and city of residence for the record?
My name's Anthony. I'm a longtime tax-paying senior citizen, resident of Pinole, over 40 years. Before you cut me off or cut me short, Mr. Salimi, this relates to a previous meeting we had, the last meeting or the one before. Can you or Vice Mayor Murphy give us an update on regulating the public comment to cut people off and refer them to city managers or comments just in order to save time? Because I think that's, without being transparent and getting back to the public or letting them have their extra 30 seconds or 1 minute because they're not a constituent of yours or on the same side of the political fence or to that effect, you know, you're basically violating not only Robert's Rules of Order, but the Brown Act. So that being said, can I respond to the proclamation that was made earlier? You can just give me a yes or no comment. I'm not clear on that one.
I'm sorry, you talked about Brown Act violation and then you talked about a proclamation that was made tonight. Can I ask you which specific question you have regarding that proclamation, sir?
Censorship. Censorship during public comment and on agenda items that you have levied upon different people at different times. Myself, Mr. Rafael Jimenez, and several other members of the public and other people, say versus past politicians or constituents or people along that matter, you would extend them extra 30 seconds, an extra minute or two, or what have you. And so I just want that topic revisited because I know you had discussion with the city attorney and you had discussion with the city manager to with Mr. Devin Murphy's consent or suggestion, because he was the one that brought it up, not me. But I echo Mr. Murray's sentiments, and I know you're departing us
shortly to go to greener pastures in Lafayette or somewhere else to work or live. But, you know, you can't abandon the ship here and without getting back to us and leave stuff on Mr. Murphy's plate. So I would like that addressed maybe in the next meeting or two in somewhat more detail before it
Let him
happens
speak.
again.
Let him speak, even 30 more seconds. You have 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
And with regard to the proclamation, I think we should have been able to respond to one of the proclamations, primarily the Ohlone indigenous Native American people. I think the Ohlone people should be given more than just talk, more than just proclamation rhetoric and signed documents. They should be given something like the city of Berkeley, the city of Oakland, the city of San Leandro, the city of Hayward. Every other city in the area has given something back to the Native Indians in terms of like a historic site or a historic name. If not historic, at least it should be recognized. And I brought it up before. I think the Ohlone Indian peoples should have the Adobe Road trailhead behind the Adobe Road dog caretaker's house dedicated to the Ohlone Indian. And I would like that to be put on the agenda so they could rename that, name that trail, which has no name at all as it stands, and also be able to fix that trail up for the Ohlone Indians. And it's a nice place if they clean it up a little and put some money in it, not to mention the breach that is still a question mark that no one from the fire department or the county or the city manager got back to repairing the breach. Chief Coons mentioned 4 or 5 years ago on one of your meetings here.
Okay, I'll give you 30 more seconds. I would ask you to please finish in 30 seconds.
All right, and thank you for that, Mayor Salimi. And the only other thing I would say is that I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but the lighting situation up and down Pinole Valley Road still seems to be going on and on and on and on. And it's basically, I don't know if it's funding or it's just a matter of priorities or a combination of both. But, you know, some people think that we can't even take care of basic infrastructure things going on because staff and the city council and other people are paying so much
Mr. Rosbrick, I would please ask you to try to keep it short because there's people waiting after you.
I understand, but I didn't know if he's going to have another public comment since we got pushed back tonight. But I think we're spending too much time and energy and funding on the projects like the Perea House.
Okay.
And other things going on.
Mr. Rosbrick, I would just please ask you to reach out to me and we'll have a meeting together. Thank you, sir.
We need those down telephone lights.
That well noted. Thank you, sir. I just want to say something, Mr. Rosbrick. When you reached out to me initially in January, you asked to have 2 sets of public comments, and we listened to what you said. And this council actually created 2 sets of city public comments. Once at the beginning of the council, and another one at the end of the council, so that people who couldn't assist the beginning of the council were able to at least make a public comment at the end of the council. And this was a suggestion that you brought up, and we listened to you and we added it. Sometimes, unfortunately, when the meeting is very long, I don't have the time to have staff to answer every single question. However, what I'm suggesting you to do is please reach out to a city manager, reach out to the assistant city, to any other staff member, and they'll be able to address those questions to you. Send us an email. We'll be able to provide you all the answer that you need. 3 minutes is not enough to provide all the answer that you have, question that you have, but we are here to help you. And in regards to what Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Murphy said last week, was related to question that was asked on specific item that I've suggested to staff to provide comments. And I believe Madam City Clerk stated that answer will be attached as part of the minutes. And I think they are part of the minutes. So sometimes when people ask questions, they're not always part of the, we don't always answer them here in person, but the email is an attachment to the minutes, I believe. And this is what City Clerk Bell stated. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, correct.
And I think that's, you would like to add anything else? Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
We'll go back to Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Mayor, we can try at the next citizens to be heard. There are no more public comments.
Yes, I believe we have one here. I'm sorry, what did you say? Yeah, it's no problem. Ms. Long, if you don't mind hitting record later on. You didn't? Okay. We know who you are. You don't have to grab the card.
Good evening. I was really going to only speak to one thing, but I want to address the murals. I know that this has been addressed before, but I believe it was 216 or 17 that the council did establish a policy. It was at least the beginning of one. And we had the assistant city manager at that time start looking into how we would redo those. And I know he had to contact many different private property owners to get permission to go back and do that. And there were some properties that he had difficulty with that, but there should be some files somewhere in his works about how far he got onto that. So when the discussion comes back around, I think it'd be appreciated to have that information as well. But I'd just like to note that, and I want to thank Maureen Toms for posting this. Ruth Cartwright, a longtime resident, maybe lifetime resident of Pinole, passed recently. She was a good friend of mine, but so often we just lose contact during those times. And then we regret, you know, the last call we didn't make that we thought about. And Ruth Cartwright passed, but she was also the mother of Leisha, I think it's Rohrback is her married name. It was Jones when we went through Little League, and she works in the police department at the front desk. And I just think also a moment of silence would be appropriate in her mother's name as well. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for letting us know, and Councilmember Toms do have the names, and what I will do tonight, I will close the meeting on their behalf. In their memory, I'm sorry, and the Councilmember Tate also has another name for us, but I'll make sure to close this meeting on in their memory. Thank you, ma'am. Madam City Clerk, any other comments, please?
Yes, Roy Swearingen.
Thank you for waiting, and I'm glad you were able to come back.
Thank you. I heard some very, very good proclamations this evening, and each one of them is special to not only to our community, but to the nation and to the world at large. I'd like to ask the council something that I have been trying to put through for several years unsuccessfully, but we need to have an on-staff grant writer. Our staff has tried to get some grants through the state because there's millions of dollars of funding up there, especially in the area of fire. And we could be getting some of this money, but our staff is pretty slim, and they're overburdened with work right now. It's hard for them to get to writing grants and doing all the question answering that the forms demand on grants. And I think the council should consider possibly a part-time grant writer that can get a hold of some of these millions of dollars that are sitting there idle, and maybe get them into Pinole and being used for some of the projects we have. Fire in particular, there's just numerous grants available. So I'd like the council to think about that. I'd also like to recognize former West County Superior Court Judge Bessie Drabilvis, who passed away at 95, and she was an icon in West County as a judge and as a community leader. And I'd just like to recognize that. I also noticed that there is a flyer going around with my name on it that's tried to associate me with something that I purportedly said and link that to two of the candidates that are running for office. And if anybody receives this flyer, it is incorrect and it doesn't state the facts, and please ignore it. That's all I have this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry to hear that, and thank you. Can you please remind you the name of the judge that passed away at the age of 95, Mr. Swinton? Is he still online? Can you please remind me the name of the judge? Councilmember Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me yet?
Yes.
Okay. Name of the judge was Judge Bessie Trevilbus, and I believe you can find the information about her passing in the West County Times. It's been in the obituary column for the last week, and it was in there today. I'm sorry, yesterday. I don't think it's in there today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Swearingen. And our condolences to the family and city on behalf of the city. Madam City Clerk?
Yes,
Since we have I'm sorry, since we have a judge who passed away, and I believe it must have been from the county, is it possible for the city to send flower? I think it's something the mayor is entitled to do, and it's something I would like to do. Sure, please. Thank you.
we can try one more time with Cordell Hindler.
Yes.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Mayor, there are no more public comments. We can try again at the next citizen to be heard.
Okay, no problem. Excellent. Before I move on to the next item, I really want to move on so that the people here in the audience don't have to wait. I know we have the project labor agreement, and the other one is the hearing that we have according to the Vista area. Do we have how many do you have any comments on consent calendar? Do we have?
Yes, we do have comments on consent calendar. We have comments on 9D, E, and F.
Okay, and council members, do you have any specific comments on any item on the consent calendar?
I do, Mayor. I have 9D, E, and F as well.
No problem. City manager, can we, I will try to move on to the hearing and then come back to the city, the consent calendar, and I'll try to do the project labor agreement, then come back to the consent calendar if we have the time, but I just want to move on to the people who are waiting here, if it's fine with you.
Yeah, I will note that some of the consent items, including item E, is somewhat time sensitive, so hope to schedule.
Okay,
the
I will
time
come
to be able
back,
to get to
I will come back and hopefully we will have it done. I just don't want to, by respect, I don't want the people in the audience to have to wait longer than I've been waiting. Thank you. I will move out of the order here. I will just go to public hearing. And I would like to go to the, let me see, I'm sorry, I was just going to 10B. Item 10B, is that correct? And then that's the comprehensive design review of the tree removal permit, density bonus request, and notice of exemption determination pursuant to this request for Pinole Vista apartment complex at 1500 Fitzgerald Avenue. The action tonight will be to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution per staff recommendation. Director David Enram, good evening, sir.
If I may, Mayor Salimi, pardon me, just as a matter of I think protocol, I must disclose, or full disclosure, that as a council member, I did meet with Mr. Eric Zell and Chris Cole of Metrovation on May 3rd via Zoom. And this was to hear what at the time was the design of the proposed redevelopment of the vacant Kmart building.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Ruben, I did meet as well a couple of times, but just to go over the design, but I did not suggest anything. I'm just here to listen to what they came to offer. Any other council member?
Mr. Mayor, I had 2 meetings with the applicants and a phone call with Mr. Zell, an additional phone call.
And Mr. Mayor, I also met with the applicant as well, and an additional phone call.
Excellent.
I also met with them, same capacity to listen to the project and yeah, understand a little bit more about it.
Okay, well, just information and no decision was made and it was individual and we did not promise anything. Okay. Good, okay. Thank you, council members. Please go ahead, madam. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. I am Lily Whalen, the Community Development Director for the City of Pinole, and I'll ask our CTV here to help me with the presentation, if you don't mind running the slides for me this evening. I'll be giving the staff presentation tonight regarding the Pinole Vista project, and I will introduce other staff members and applicant team members at the end of my presentation. Seeing the presentation running, I will, in the interest of time, I will continue on while that's getting loaded here. I had a slide here on an overview of the order of my presentation this evening. I'm going to first give some background on the planning process, some background on this particular project, and then a general overview of the project and its compliance with a variety of laws and codes. I'll then follow up with the Planning Commission's recommendations and ultimately the recommendation of city staff and the Planning Commission this evening. Come on up here. Once they get up, we'll be on slide 3, which is going to go through an overview of the process an applicant takes to go through the planning entitlement process. So planning entitlement is the legal authority to move forward with development plans. And it usually means that someone has a planning permit that authorizes them to establish a use on a property or submit permits to build a structure once they get that authorization. Okay, fantastic, that's great. So we're at the first step here, the planning application process. And that starts when the property owner files an application with the city. And in this case, the applicant who represents the property owner or ROFC filed an application last year to demolish the former Kmart building and construct a new apartment complex in its place. This type of application requires approval by a designated review body at a public hearing. The city staff reviews the application, consults with internal and external agencies, and determines if the project meets the city's objective standards and our plans and codes. And for this particular project, since multifamily is an allowed use by right at the former Kmart site, the required entitlements are a comprehensive design review, a tree removal permit, and an affordable housing and density bonus agreement. If the project does not comply with codes, staff lets the applicant know. The city has 30 days to complete this review, and then the applicant is notified in writing of what needs to be changed or modified so the project complies with codes. This process will continue until the application is deemed to be complete by staff. The next step is the environmental review process. In this particular case, the applicant provided a number of reports and studies. The applicant contracted, or the city contracted with the environmental consulting firms to prepare an analysis pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The analysis showed that the project is entitled to a notice of exemption. Next, the staff begins to prepare a staff report, which is a written report that goes to the designated review authority who's in charge of either approving or denying projects. In most cases, the Planning Commission is the designated review authority for these types of permits. However, in this particular case, the designated review authority is the council due to a request for an increase in density on the site called a density bonus request. Next up is staff preparing a public notice, which is at a minimum mailed to property owners nearby in a prescribed radius, published in the newspaper, posted at City Hall and online. And in this particular case, the city elected to greatly expand the written notification radius so that more people received the notice. We also decided to increase the amount of time people were notified in advance of this hearing and the Planning Commission hearing. We also posted information to a project-specific website with project details and required large notification signs to be posted on site We're at almost the tail end of the process here, which is the public hearing, which is what we're conducting tonight. You're receiving the staff presentation now, which will be followed by the applicant's presentation. The council will then have an opportunity to ask questions, and the public has an opportunity to provide comment. And finally, the council will have the ability to provide comments and make a decision on the entitlement. If approved, the applicant may then move on to preparing construction drawings and applying for a building permit. Next slide, please. This slide shows a summary of the project review history. The application was filed in April of 2021. The applicant was asked by staff to conduct a virtual community meeting to elicit feedback from the community, which was done by the applicant in July of 2021. Planning Commission Ad Hoc Review Committee reviewed the project and provided feedback in May of 21 and July of 22. Planning Commission then reviewed the project comprehensively on July 25th of this year and provided a unanimous recommendation to the council to approve the project with some changes to a variety of conditions of approval and additional areas of project strengthening the staff was tasked with looking into. Next slide, please. Next slide provides a basic overview of the project. The property owner, ROIC, has applied to demolish the 90,000 square foot vacant Kmart building at 1500 Fitzgerald Drive. Parcel is located in the service sub area of the general plan and the service sub area APN Way corridor of the city's specific plan. The site is zoned for commercial mixed use. Multifamily housing is a permitted right in the commercial mixed use zone. The zone, however, requires that 51% of the square footage be for commercial space. The property owner is proposing to construct in a similar footprint a 5-story, 264,000 square foot apartment building with 223 units. Of the units, 196 would be market rate and 27 would be affordable to families who earn less than 80% of the county median income. I'll provide some additional information on affordability levels later on in the presentation. Project has been determined to be exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, for a variety of reasons listed on this slide and also supplemented by the environmental analysis in the packet. Next slide, please. This next slide will show the proposed uses and density at the site. The land use table from the specific plan indicates that multifamily is a permitted use in the APN Way corridor and the CMU zone. The table on the screen shows the mathematical equations to produce the number of housing units the applicant is proposing. The total number of units, again, is 223, which is achieved by applying a state density bonus of 45 additional units. These density bonus units are units above and beyond the maximum density on the site, which are allowed by state law to be constructed in exchange for providing deed-restricted affordable units as a part of the project. The city's local regulations also require a base level of affordability in the project, which I will discuss in a little bit. And the table shows that the project is in compliance with the state density bonus law. Next slide, please. The proposed apartment building contains 5 floors of residential units. The ground level includes 3 major lobby areas and tenant amenities, including a fitness center, a leasing office, mailboxes, restrooms, and storage for up to 160 bicycles, a lounge, and access to 2 courtyards. All the exterior units on the ground level have private patios that are about 250 square feet each. Of the 223 units, 36 will be studios, 99 will be 1 bedroom, 68 will be 2 bedrooms, and 20 will be 2 bedrooms plus an office configuration. Next slide, please. In terms of colors and materials, the ground floor is a mixture of brown and tan concrete base, sides, and planters. The applicant worked to better integrate the structure into the existing shopping center, and they provided the ground level at the front of the building to be designed to have the appearance of a commercial facade with full-length windows, as well as covered sidewalks to give the look of storefront awning. In addition, the front living units on the ground floor, which face the existing shopping center, have raised patios to create an outdoor dining look. Levels 2 through 4 feature whitewash and tan accent plaster. Level 5 is accentuated by gray horizontal siding that wraps the entire building. On all levels, the building features a dark trim. The elevations are varied and punctuated with metal guardrails, glass, metal railing, and casement windows. Open space is provided with 2 outdoor courtyards, benches, and a fenced play area with picnic tables on the southern boundary of the project. The project also has a seating area in the lounge and also a rooftop common open space area. One of the courtyards will include a fire pit, seating, barbecue, and a water element. The open space component for this project has been enhanced since the Planning Commission meeting with Planning Commission comments focused on play areas for children, and specifically in the second play yard. The applicant is now proposing a children's climbing wall and an age-appropriate play structure. And in the fenced-in play area on the southern boundary of the project, the applicant is proposing a new what they call a discovery path, a net climber, and a children's play structure as well. With respect to green building and energy efficiency, solar panels will be installed on the southwest rooftop in a location that will maximize the energy absorption for the building. The applicant's also planning on installing solar panels on top of approximately 80 carports in the parking area. Applicant will install EV charging infrastructure, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and facilities for the California Building Code. Next slide, please. In recent years, the California legislature has adopted or strengthened a number of laws intended to facilitate the development of new housing. And these laws significantly restrict or completely remove the discretion of cities in reviewing certain residential projects within their jurisdiction. The state density bonus law provides special multiple incentives to projects that include affordable housing units. First, projects that provide affordable units are entitled to bonus units that allow the project to include more units than would otherwise be allowed by a city's adopted density regulations requirements. The greater the percentage of affordable units in the project, the greater the percentage of a bonus the project is entitled to receive, with the specific percentages established by state law. The applicant is proposing 27 affordable units out of a maximum of 178 units they can build by zoning requirements, and therefore is entitled to a maximum of 47 bonus units, which is 2 more bonus units than they are proposing. In addition to a density bonus, the state density bonus law provides projects with concessions as well. An applicant may use a concession to reduce or eliminate any specific site development standards, zoning code requirements, or architectural design requirements, or any other requirement that would result in identifiable and actual cost reduction. The applicant for this project has applied for the use of a concession to waive the requirement for commercial floor area to be integrated into the project. And therefore, the project is 100% residential. In addition, projects are automatically entitled to reduced parking requirements, even without the use of any concession. And the applicant has applied these parking waivers to this project. And finally, density bonus projects are also entitled to waivers, which can eliminate any standard that would physically prevent the project from being built at that density. For example, the applicant can ask for a height waiver, but the applicant has not applied for any waivers or reductions to this project. In addition to the density bonus law, the Housing Affordability Act prohibits the city from denying or reducing the density of any project that complies with all the city's adopted objective standards. And conditions imposed on the project must not make the project infeasible. Under state law, a project complies with an adopted objective standard if that standard has been reduced or eliminated pursuant to the density bonus law. Finally, here's a compliance with the city's affordable regulation. The project proposes the development of multifamily residential units and provides for affordable housing consistent with the city's inclusionary zoning regulation. These are our affordable housing requirements, which require 15% of units in a new development over 4 units must be affordable. And of those 15% of units, 40% of those units must be restricted to very low-income households, and 60% of those units must be restricted to low-income households. The applicant has elected to split the very low and low income units more evenly throughout the project, and in turn provide more very low income units and fewer low income units than required by the code. It's still meeting the overall 15% requirement. Either deviation the council can approve. Next slide, please. This slide goes over what is meant by the term affordable housing and what rents those affordable units may be charged monthly. The Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, publishes annual tables for determining the annual household income that qualifies as affordable in various income categories and based on household size. The county's median income provides a basis for determining the income categories, and it changes annually. The numbers on this slide shows the Contra Costa County median income for last year, for 2021, which was about $125,000 annually for a family of four. And I'll note that the 2022 numbers are out, and that has raised to about $142,000 for this year. So this slide shows that last year's numbers. For rental housing, households and restricted units pay rent based on a percentage of the income limited and identified by HCD. So that is restricted also by the state. This slide provides some examples of different hypothetical families that might qualify for affordable housing, and also using the 2021 county median income for Contra Costa. So for example, a very low income household is restricted up to 50% of the county median income. Last year, that was up to $68,500 for a family of four. That family of four with a parent working as, for example, a customer service rep, one parent a part-time manicurist to qualify based on their income as a very low income family. This slide is meant to illustrate that the categories of affordable housing aim to provide needed service workforce housing for low and middle income workers, including our teachers, healthcare workers, retail clerks, and EMTs. Next slide, please. This next slide provides a summary of the different standards and codes this project was reviewed against, major standards and codes, to determine that the project complies with objective standards in the city's regulations as well as state housing law. A comprehensive overview of the project's compliance with relevant codes and standards is provided in the July 25th Planning Commission report, which is part of your packet. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission on July 25th conducted, as I mentioned, a very comprehensive review of the project. They provided a number of recommendations in the form of requests or modifications to a variety of conditions of approval to enhance the project. The conditions involved are listed on the screen, and these detailed concerns and how staff modified the conditions if the concern or issue was warranted are described in depth in the table in the staff report for this evening. On to the next slide here, which covers the 6 major topic areas the Planning Commission had provided to staff to investigate. So we'll go into the next slide, which has some photos. There we go, great. So the first is pedestrian safety on Fitzgerald. The commission asked staff to look at the possibility of enhanced safety at the crosswalk area and bring forward to the City Council the most aggressive safety improvements possible. Staff has worked with the applicant and the Department of Public Works to include intersection safety improvements, which include a flashing beacon, enhanced signage, new crosswalks with pedestrian refuge areas, and then also modified conditions to make the intersection safer for vehicles and pedestrian improvements as well for crosswalks. And those can be found in the civil plan, which are attached to the packet. The next category was regarding areas for children to play. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the commission expressed a desire to have additional play equipment in one of the courtyards, in addition to enhancements to the fenced-in play area on the southern side of the property. Staff worked with the applicant, and changes were made to enhance areas for children's play. And some of these enhancements include the equipment that I specified earlier in the presentation. Next, the commission asked us to investigate if there is safe routes to school funding or desire for a pathway behind the project site, require a $100,000 set aside from the applicant for this purpose, and work with the applicant on design. Staff met with the West Contra Costa Unified School District Facilities Director about this request. The director stated that the safest route to the Betty Reed Crofton Middle School would be taking 6-year-olds to Jovita Lane. The development of a pathway behind the project site would be very challenging due to the topography of the area and due to needing a coordinated effort to secure access and easements over multiple private properties, including at least 7 private properties in unincorporated Contra Costa County, the owners of the Pinole Vista Crossing Shopping Center, in addition to the subject property owners. In addition, the staff report indicates that imposing this type of fee on the project would be inconsistent with the requirements of the Fee Mitigation Act. The commission also commented on the fencing proposed to separate the commercial and residential uses and asked for the proposal to be included in the set of plans. And the most recent set of plans include fencing around the entire perimeter of the complex in the form of a 48-inch green screen. And the applicant's also proposing to fence in the children's play area with a 6-foot tall vinyl coated chain link fence. The commission asked staff to investigate if a requirement to conduct a survey of the roadway prior to construction and issue a bond to cover any repairs needed post-construction may be added as condition of approval. The city engineer recommended that condition 20 be enhanced to include roadway repairs within the scope of work of this project, in addition to damages of curb gutter and sidewalks during construction. And finally, the commission asked staff to review the assumptions in the fiscal impact analysis. In addition to the economic impact study prepared by the applicant's consultant, the city commissioned a fiscal impact analysis working with the Native and Dale Group for informational purposes. The fiscal impact analysis looks at city revenues and costs related to the project proposal, which is the residential project, compared to the impacts that were to result in the if the existing structure were re-tenanted with retail commercial uses. It should be noted at this time, the property owner has not indicated any ability or interest in retaining new retail tenants or redeveloping the site for a new commercial use. It's also important to note that the project fiscal impact is not a valid basis to deny a density bonus concession or the project itself under either state housing laws or the city's comprehensive design review requirements. Regardless, the planning commission was interested in whether or not customers were a part of the cost analysis and the fiscal impact analysis. And staff worked with the city's consultant on refining the analysis, and we worked with the consultant to develop a more relevant metric and a weighting measure for that employee factor after the consultant reviewed police calls for service over the last few years. And so after looking at those factors, there's now 2 different cost scenarios provided for the proposed project and also for hypothetical commercial projects. And the residential project estimated fiscal impact ranges from a net fiscal impact of modest revenues of $20,000 to just shy of $100,000 annually. The commercial project estimated impact fiscal impact ranges from a net fiscal impact of revenues of about $250,000 to shy of $300,000 annually. And the updated study is an attachment to the staff report, and the consultant is here this evening and available for any questions that the council might have. Getting to the end here, next slide, there are 4 required findings the council must make in improving comprehensive design review.
Mayor, Director Wayland, I'm so sorry to interrupt your wonderful presentation. I just want to make sure that we can hear you very clearly. And I do notice that you have perhaps a new headset. Is it possible that the headset is muffled under something, or? I just want to make sure we can hear you clearly.
That better? At all?
I'm not too sure. I just want to, I can hear you clearly, but I can also see there's some type of muffling, and I just want to make sure we can hear you because it's going well so far. So.
Okay, I'll say test.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
I don't know if that's better. Okay.
Is it a little better?
Yeah. I would say continue. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll continue. I'll try to talk a little louder too. These are the 4 required findings the council must make in approving comprehensive design review. And these findings were reviewed by the commission and unanimously recommended that they can be made. Next slide, please. CEQA, staff has determined that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under state CEQA guidelines and under Government Code Section 65457. The detail of these exemptions is provided in the attachments to the staff report. And with the last slide here is staff and commission recommendations. So with that, staff and if we can go to the next slide, staff and the Planning Commission recommend the council adopt a resolution which approves a comprehensive design review, tree removal permit, and a density bonus request to construct the apartment as I described at 1500 Fitzgerald, and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. We have a number of staff members here this evening who are available for questions, including Dave Hannon, planning manager, our legal team with City Attorney Eric Kasher, I believe Assistant City Attorney Alex Mobb is available, our financial consultant Roger Dale with the Dale Nadelson Group, and environmental consultant Olivia Irvin, and I'm sorry about the typo on your last name, Olivia on the slide here, who is with M Group. And in addition, the applicant, Chris Cole, and property owner Rich Schobel are in person this evening, along with their team of consultants who are listed on this screen. Thank you very much for your attention. Apologies for the length of the presentation. We're available for questions after. I would recommend taking the applicant's presentation first and then asking questions after that, if the council desires.
Thank you, Director Wallen. Mr. City Manager, can you please just remind us what the City Council, what staff is seeking from City Council clearer that we understand? Can you go back to that slide, please? With the recommendation from what we are voting on. Ms. Wallen, can you go to that page that what direction are you seeking exactly from?
Yeah, we'll have to go to the very, the one that we were just on where it says, so we're recommending that council approve, so slide 16 here. We're recommending the council approve the design review, the tree removal permit, and the density bonus request, and finding the project exempt from CEQA.
Would you mind putting that so that everybody gets to see it? I like to
I'll
have a
ask
visual of
the
it.
technical team here to help put that slide back up on the screen. Slide 16 back up on the screen, please. Thank you.
No, but we'll be waiting. While we are waiting, City Manager, would you like to add anything?
No, I don't think so. Assistant City Attorney Mogg or City Attorney Cash or anything to add? No, nothing. Thanks.
Excellent.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the opportunity to the applicant to please present themselves since they've been waiting so long. And thank you for waiting and welcome to the city of Pinole, and we hope you can stay and be successful here. Please introduce yourself and
I think we're just waiting on our presentation to get pulled up as well. That's possible, but in the meantime, good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, city council, and city staff. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. My name is Chris Cole, and I'm here on behalf of ROIC and the Pinole Vista Shopping Center. And as Ms. Whalen said, we're very pleased to be here this evening after being unanimously approved by the Planning Commission in late July for the reimagination of the Kmart building that sat vacant for many years on the site. It's our understanding that tonight we have about 20 to 25 minutes. Ms. Whalen's report was very detailed, which is terrific. And we're just going to cover the highlights of what we showed at the Planning Commission meeting, and then happy to answer questions along the way after, however you want to handle it. Tonight, we're going to be presenting an overview of the project. And then ROIC, Rich Schobel from ROIC is going to talk about ROIC, as well as not only the initial investment, but the continued reinvestment of ROIC in the city of Pinole. We have Amber Wright, who's the head of leasing for Northern California for ROIC, just to talk about the leasing efforts on the Kmart building. And And then we're going to talk about the architecture, civil engineering, landscape architecture. We have our consultant here to talk about the economic contribution to the city of Pinole. And then we're going to end on sustainability. And with that, Isaiah, if you could turn the page. Many of you know the site, 6-acre site where the Kmart building sits, right next to the Pinole Vista Shopping Center. Isaiah, next slide. Project overview, 223 units on a 5-story building, as Ms. Whalen said. Building is 55 feet. And what we tried to do is really get the project to interact with the shopping center. I think Ms. Whalen covered all the state density bonus laws. So next slide. What we've really tried to do over the last, it's really been over 2 years before our application, kind of pre-application, was really meeting with city staff and members of the community to get input. And so I think from our initial project that we submitted, we've made some really responsive changes. Part of it is the architecture, adding larger windows, adding more building articulation, changing the building colors, adding increased connectivity from a pedestrian standpoint, from both the residential building to the shopping center and also to the play areas, and also within the shopping center to Fitzgerald, as well as across Fitzgerald. We increased the amount of open space. We increased the amenities in the play areas, and really feel the project's better because of the collaboration we've had with the city. Next slide. The overall site, the 6-acre site, we ended up coming up with an E-shaped building. And really the reason for the E-shaped building was to create 2 different courtyards and then have it open to the shopping center so that it wasn't turning its back to the shopping center, but really interacting with it. And I think some of the really good recommendation that came along the way was creating a trellised connection, or a stronger pedestrian connection from the residential building to the commercial, as well as from the residential to the play area. And both of those will be covered trellis areas, which I think will create a strong visual connection between the projects. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rich Schobel, the COO of ROIC, to talk about ROIC's involvement in Pinole.
Thank you, Chris. Again, my name is Richard Schobel. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of ROIC, Retail Opportunity Investments Corporation. We're a real estate investment trust who specializes in grocery anchored shopping centers up and down the West Coast. We understand that our projects are only successful when they're integrated into the communities. And we're very proud to be a longtime member of the Pinole community. Next slide, Isaiah. ROIC originally purchased Pinole Vista Shopping Center in 2011. We've been in this community for over a decade. We've spent in excess of $3 million upgrading the facades after we acquired the property. We've done over $500,000 in ADA improvements to the property. Subsequent to acquiring the shopping center, we made several additional investments in the property. We acquired the Lucky grocery store box in 2015. And then later in 2018, we acquired the interest of Kmart in the property. And then finally, just last year, we acquired the Goodyear parcel. Ultimately, we see the consolidation of this property back under one ownership to give it a cohesive feel and look, and hopefully a great shopping experience for the community. Next slide, Isaiah. On this slide, there's a few examples of some of the improvements, some before and afters of the upgrades that we've done throughout the property. We're very proud and take high high level of pride in our ownership of these commercial properties and try to be an asset to the community. Next slide. The Kmart building originally was purchased in 2018. Our original theory was that we would lease it for retail. We spent approximately 4 years working on finding a replacement tenant or multiple tenants for the project. And ultimately those efforts did not come to fruition, and we had to start seeking alternate opportunities for the site. I'd like to introduce Amber Wright, who is Director of Leasing for ROIC. She covers Northern California, and she was the one who has been tasked with finding a replacement tenant for the Kmart building. Amber?
Thank you, Rich. I have worked with the company for almost 9 years, so close to the entirety of ownership of Pinole Vista Shopping Center with ROIC. In 2014, the writing was on the wall for Kmart, so we took action and were extremely proactive, as Rich mentioned, in leasing of the Kmart box, as well as acquiring the lease, knowing we were likely getting the building back when Kmart began closing stores. We negotiated a termination with Kmart with fear that the lease would be sold and we wouldn't have any control of that said box and who it was replaced with. We put together a broad list of over 300 retailers and got to work on finding a replacement tenant or multiple replacement tenants for the box. We were able to generate multiple offers, negotiated multiple deals, but unfortunately none came to fruition on the space when taken to real estate committees by tenants. Economics and timing were other factors. One of the many challenges was that the Kmart box was built in the 1980s. And infrastructure was crumbling, roof was leaking, and the building was not functional by way of layout, structure, utilities, ceiling height, etc., and would need to be rebuilt. We even had temporary Halloween tenants, as some of you may know. The roof was leaking and they had to terminate early. There were several issues or several boxes in the market at the time, including the former Osh, Toys R Us at Pinole Vista Crossing, Hilltop Plaza, and Hilltop Mall redevelopment. The newer boxes in the market were in close to move-in ready condition, which is why the active tenants in the market put their focus on those, including Ace Hardware. The Toys R Us box at Pinole Vista Crossing came available in 2017, and the Home Goods, as was mentioned tonight, is now open. That lease was just finalized last year, so it took almost 5 years to get that done and open. Both tenants we were in discussion with as well. Half of the space to this date, 5 years later, is still available at Pinole Vista Crossing. Hilltop Plaza still has a 25,000 square foot box, the former Barnes and Noble, that's still available, as well as multiple opportunities. The challenges with Hilltop Mall has experienced on the redevelopment of their parcel, which is also included residential. Today, I use the proposed residential as a leasing tool to share with prospective tenants. These prospective tenants are excited about the opportunity to share a parking lot with hundreds of customers that could walk outside and have access to all the amenities at their doorstep. Existing tenants that I have discussed with are in great support of this as well, including Lucky, Starbucks, and Noah's, to name a few. As the leasing director, I feel this is a vital component to the continued success at Pinole Vista, and we appreciate your support.
Next slide, Isaiah. Next slide. Great. So as Amber was leasing, we started to realize that, we had to look outside of retail to look at repurposing the site. And so as part of that, we hired consultants to really go out and say, okay, if it's not going to be retail, what's it going to be? And we looked at all sorts of different uses: office, medical, warehouse, and residential as well. And as the studies were completed, really what the conclusion was that the synergy between the residential and the retail was the most viable use. Next slide. Project traits. We really focused on some of the connectivity between both the project and the shopping center and Fitzgerald, because we felt all that was really important to the residential component of the connectivity. It's a transit-oriented development project. Part of the project is redoing putting a covered bus shelter down on Fitzgerald, the connection across Fitzgerald Avenue, the affordable housing, and with the amenities, abundant open space. We have almost 4 times the amount of open space that's required by the city of Pinole. Themed courtyards, which our landscaper will get into, rooftop decks, and then sustainability, drought tolerant plants, EV charging with cars, bikes, as well as solar panels on the roof. Next slide. We also heard concerns about safety measures. We did install a fence around the building. We did add gates within the parking lot, safety lighting on during the evening, key fobs to get into the building, and property management will be on site daily. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our architect, Isaiah Stackhouse.
Good evening. Nice to be here with you all tonight. I'm Isaiah Stackhouse, a principal with Trachtenberg Architects, and I'll walk you through the design. So as we've heard, it's a 5-story project. It's 54'6" tall, which is 20 feet below the height limit of 75 feet. It's a project that is fully parked with 275 spaces. It has 160 bicycle spaces, which is triple the required amount. It's got over 5,500 square feet of indoor residential amenity spaces and over 82,000 square feet of outdoor open space. So very unusually, this is a density bonus project that actually fully complies with all the requirements for height, setbacks, and open space with no waivers. We're proposing a high quality palette of smooth trowel stucco, horizontal siding, a planted base. It's a building that will be carefully detailed and constructed and designed to stand the test of time. Here's the site plan, again, with over 82,000 square feet of open space. Don McNair, our landscape architect, will walk you through the details of the open space. But it's a design that's based around 2 courtyards that open up to engage with the retail setting. As one enters the main project entryway, we're greeted by a cafe lounge, and then a leasing office, fitness center, 3 lobbies across the front here. Each of the courtyards has a club room that opens onto it. The perimeter is wrapped with a very well landscaped sidewalks that are also engaged with the private patios for all the ground level units. As Chris mentioned, fencing around the perimeter and a new strong trellis covered connection walkway to the open space and over to the retail. Here's a level 5 plan with an additional community room that opens onto a roof deck to overlook and enhance the project entry. Here are our unit plans. It's a mix of 39% 2-bedroom units, 44% 1-bedroom units, and 16% studios. These are generously sized units that have very furnishable bedrooms and kitchen, living, dining areas. Here are elevations. We've got a classic base, middle, top partie. Highly articulated massing with bay windows, Juliet balconies, a very highly articulated active ground level, and a strong cornice line. Here is a view from Fitzgerald looking at the project entry. It's a close-up of the residential cafe lounge with indoor and outdoor seating. Here's a view of the trellis walkway connection between the new project and the existing retail. Here's a view of the typical sidewalk condition with the private patios. And here you can see the highly articulated facades with bay windows, Juliet balconies, very articulated, strong cornice line. Here's a view looking from the shopping center back towards the new project in the evening. And here are site sections. And again, project is proposed at 54'6", 20 feet below the 75-foot height limit for the site. And with that, I'll turn it over to Casey McDonald to talk about the civil design.
Isaiah, I believe Casey's out of town. Dave Brown might be available.
Yeah, it should be Dave Brown.
Okay, apologies. Is Dave Brown available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so what I want to touch upon is we've got several areas throughout the site where we're treating stormwater runoff in the planter islands adjacent in the middle of the eastern portion of the site. We've got bioretention areas in there that the parking lot drains to, and some of the roof downspouts. In the southerly end, adjacent to the parking, we also have some bioretention for treatment. And we've got a little bit within the courtyards that drain some of the roof, as well as near the entrance, that kind of eye-shaped. There's a depressed area for bioretention in that area. Throughout the site, you can maybe move to the next slide where we have, landscaping, I guess. There's various utilities running through the site. It's very well set up to support this structure for sewer, water, storm drain, as well as electric and gas. So that's all readily available throughout the site.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to landscaping.
Okay, good evening. My name is Don McNair and my company is McNair Landscape Architecture. The goal of this design is to provide an attractive, durable, long-lasting landscape to complement and enhance our project. Pedestrian scale plantings will be utilized both around the building and internally in the two courtyards and roof terrace. Parking areas will be shaded to the extent possible and will include drought-tolerant large deciduous shade trees, including Chinese pistache, Chinese elm. A number of native California trees, including coast live oak, island oak, Catalina ironwood, western redbud, Pacific wax myrtle, are proposed for the areas along Fitzgerald Drive and in the open space at the rear. Smaller ornamental accent trees are proposed for the interior courtyards and will include Japanese maple, crepe myrtle, dogwood, and fruiting solemns. Along the sidewalk at the perimeter of the building, columnar maples are proposed. This is a tall, narrow tree that will provide vertical relief, interest, and seasonal color to the building. As Dave just mentioned, bioretention features are incorporated into the landscape areas located along the west side of the property and in the parking lot. All planting is rated low to moderate water use, and along with irrigation system, shall meet or exceed the current water efficient landscape ordinance for the city of Pinole. Isaiah, next slide, please. So as noted, the project will include several areas of open space. At the front, the top drawing here, along Fitzgerald Drive, we're creating a park-like space. The space will include benches, a path, and will incorporate a meadow-like bioretention area. This will serve as an interface between our project and Fitzgerald Drive. The two courtyards plan, courtyard A is intended as a passive space with a barbecue area, community fire pit, and water feature. In response specifically to the Planning Commission, Courtyard B will be oriented towards family activities and will include a barbecue area, 2 play structures, and a small lawn area. In each of these courtyards, individual living units will face the interior space with a landscape buffer for privacy. Next slide, please. To the rear of the property, the existing hillside area will be utilized as a park space. This fenced area will include children's play structures, picnic area, and a discovery path meandering across the hillside. For safety, this area will be enclosed with access crossing the parking drive aisle on a paver path adjacent to the proposed gate with the overhead trellis. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the trees. I'm not sure if this is in your packet. It probably is, but these are illustrations, or at least images of the trees proposed. Next slide. For security and to define the parking areas in the hillside park area, we have developed a fence plan. Along the west side of the property, there is an existing chain link fence, which shall remain, providing separation between the 2 properties. Along the east side of the main parking area and the north edge of the hillside park area, we are proposing a 48-inch tall green screen fence. This type of fence is relatively transparent, will provide solid support for vine growth, and will be an effective barrier. For added security in the west and south parking areas, we are proposing security gates at each end. These will be automated steel picket gates with matching fence panels, as illustrated in the top left photograph. For the east, south, and west boundaries of the hillside park area, a 6-foot-tall black vinyl coated chain link fence is proposed. These are solid structures, and they tend to be relatively transparent as well. So next slide. For site lighting, we're proposing 3 types of lights: large area pole-mounted luminaires for the parking lots. That would be the fixture on the left. Smaller pole-mounted luminaires for the sidewalk areas, middle image, and bollard lighting for paths and courtyard areas. These are probably about 42 inches tall and would be sprinkled around the project at pedestrian level. All lighting will be dark sky compliant and will meet or exceed city standards. If I'm here if you have questions, so thank you very much for your time. Next up.
All right, thank you. Brian Canepa from W-Trans, talk about the transportation analysis. Next slide, please. Although it did say traffic and parking analysis, we actually did approach this from a multimodal perspective. And one of the things we did develop for the project was a transportation demand management program. These are becoming much more prevalent these days and viable ways to reduce auto travel and reduce vehicle trips. I would note, though, that our traffic analysis was conservative and did not actually assume any of these reductions built into it. Next slide. But obviously, auto use is still, very prevalent in this area. And so we did conduct a parking analysis of the shopping center to make sure that the proposed supply would be able to meet the demands of the shopping center. And as you can see from the numbers here and within our reports, it actually significantly exceeds the anticipated peak demand. Next slide. Looking at it from a traditional traffic analysis as well, we looked at trip generation, compared that to what would be there from retail use. And again, you can see this in our reports, but the number of daily trips, again, is significantly less than what you would get from a residential use such as this. Also PM peak hour trips, which tend to be the most congested time of the day, are also lower. Next slide. But at the end, was mentioned earlier, though, the site is still transit oriented. There actually is still a considerable amount of AC Transit and Westcast service in this area. And as was mentioned previously as well, from a transportation perspective, the site benefits from having a nice mix of uses there. So you actually will probably get a very good amount of pedestrian activity going from the residential to the various commercial and restaurant uses around it. Next slide. And looking at it from, again, a congestion standpoint, auto congestion standpoint, we did evaluate what we call level of service. at 6 of the intersections near the project site and looking at it both from an existing level of service standpoint to a future one with the project. And as you can see, if you quickly skim all the different letters here, the level of service actually remains the same at all the intersections with or without the project. So the level of congestion that would be witnessed during, for example, AM and PM peak hours would be relatively minimal. Next slide. But we did understand that safety, obviously, as with all projects, is a key concern, particularly at what we call driveway 2, which is the primary driveway to the project site. And so we worked with the applicant and with the city to develop a better connections for pedestrians in particular. So pedestrians who would be crossing Fitzgerald to be able to access uses on the other side of the street or access the transit service there. And what we're proposing here essentially is introducing continental crosswalks, the yield lines, which are the shark teeth that you see on here, flashing pedestrian beacons, as well as a pedestrian median refuge island to ensure that there are no accidents. And that's it for transportation.
Good evening. My name is John Haveman. I'm with Marin Economic Consulting. And I was tasked by the applicant to provide an economic impact analysis of the development. And that economic impact analysis is primarily geared towards looking in a dynamic way at changes in business revenues, jobs, and changes in revenues to the city of Pinole. There are sort of 2 phases of the economic impact analysis. The first is the construction phase, which is significant. It's a $75 million construction that's likely to yield $112 million in additional business revenues. And this again is the dynamic effect. There's a $75 million that's spent initially, and it multiplies throughout the economy up to about $112 million. That results in the construction also results in about $6.5 to $7 million in permit and city fees. It creates 503 jobs over the course of the 2 years and 2.7 million in state and local taxes, about $500,000 of which may well come to Pinole City. The second part of it is ongoing operations and residency. This will provide an additional $6.5 million in business revenues annually, as much as 42,000 in new taxes accruing to Pinole, an additional 33 jobs likely in the area, and an additional $85,000 in annual property tax revenues. The net gain to Pinole is estimated to be about $80,000 in tax revenues on an ongoing basis. A couple of things to point out, the differences between this analysis and that mentioned that the city undertook. One is that the city's analysis did take into consideration additional expenses for the city of Pinole. So you have those, they're not replicated in my report. And a second set of concerns really is that the methodology for the analysis in the city's report is, in my view, biased towards retail and away from residential. First, the static nature of the analysis doesn't let money flow through the economy multiple times, as we know that it does. And that happens much more with residential spending, an additional $22 million of income that will be brought into the area that will spiral through the economy, generating benefits. And retail does not have that same benefit. Some spiraling through the economy, but much, much less. A significant concern is that the retail forecast in the city's report, the numbers that are presented in the summary table, in my reading of the report, that's hoped for. And I think this is a very, very difficult time to be making forecasts about what's going to happen to retail over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. There's a lot of uncertainty in that area, a lot of it brought about by changes in consumer habits during the pandemic. The report itself in the text acknowledges that it may take up to 10 years for the property to be re-tenanted. As we heard from Amber, there might be some suspicion about how quickly that might in fact come about. So I would ask you to take a look at those numbers with a little bit of a grain of salt, because not only is retail fungible, that is to say that increases in retail in Pinole might not happen at this location. It might happen elsewhere where there are currently vacancies. And it may not happen in the volume that the forecast suggests that it might. Great. Thank you very much.
Next slide, Isaiah. Some of the sustainability features, some already covered, but transit-oriented development, the new bus stop, the walking distance to groceries, restaurants, services, new pedestrian crosswalks, low emission glass, 175 to 200 new trees, on-site stormwater control, drought tolerant plants, low flow irrigation system, solar carports, rooftop solar, electric charging, 160 bicycle being stored on site, electrical bike charging, and electric appliances. Isaiah, next slide. We are proposing a conduit throughout the project, which can get up to 80% of the stalls to EV if needed. We're starting with 6 stalls, and then depending on how leasing goes and the demand for it, we can easily put in more. And then you'll see the carports out in front that also have solar power. In addition to that, which is not on the slide, we're adding 16 Tesla charging stations right out in front of Big Five. Next slide. We've reached out to tenants. They've come back to us to support. Next slide. Lucky, our largest tenant there, very excited to have a residential component to it, as well as the Vietnamese restaurant, which is a local restaurateur, looking forward to additional foot traffic, and Noah's Bagel also very supportive of it. Everyone believes that having the residents right there and it being a walkable community will help business. And that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for going through all the slides. I really appreciate it. And again, thank you for waiting here until 10 p.m. And thank you for the laborers also to wait here. The unions will be shortly with you. Thank you for your patience. Would like to ask you if it's possible for Director One, and if it's possible to go back to that slide that I was asking earlier today with the direction that that the City Council needs to take tonight. Then I will turn, as you are doing this, I will turn it back to Councilmember Thomas for any questions, please.
Thank you. I had been noting a couple of questions that I had. And the first one, you answered it as far as the charging for EV bikes, which that was very useful to have the secure bike parking and the charging for the EV bikes. But can you explain what does it mean for having conduit for future EVs as far as a turnaround? Are those conduits with the actual plugs where a resident can bring home an EV and charge in a level 1 parking or a level 1 charger, the same day? Or do they have to wait, request from management to install, charging and so on? I'm wondering what's the turnaround time to getting that installed?
Well, I think what we're going to do is install the 6 right away, and then as we start the project starts leasing up, I think the management company would tell us sort of what the demand is, and then we could put those in fairly quickly, depending on demand.
Okay.
And those would be generally level 1 chargers.
And then, and then the other, a couple other questions with the TDM programs, the Transportation Demand Management programs. Do you envision providing Clipper cards to any of the residents or anything along those lines?
We did consider that as part of the program, but I don't know, Chris, if you want to talk about this. I think it was cost prohibitive from a development standpoint.
Okay. You might consider like an introduction to Clipper cards, like a move-in packet, because there's a lot of people that don't use Clipper cards that haven't been, they don't use them because they haven't been exposed to them. So there's that. And then as far as parking, you're going to have some prime parking spaces that are behind a secure gate. And then half of them that are not behind a secure gate. Are you looking at those being first come, first serve, or were you going to decouple the parking? And by that, I mean, somebody rents a one-bedroom apartment and a parking space. You know, in other words, what's the incentive for a non-car user to get a break on rent or not have to pay for, you know, a parking space also?
Just so I understand the question, you're asking me if you don't have a car, what's the incentive to not have a car?
Right.
Yeah, and I think there will be two different levels of charging for parking, one being the secure parking behind the gates and one not being secure out front. So there will be a charge for parking.
Okay.
So I think with what the plan we have of just trying to get people to use public transportation, well, or at least informing them about the uses and being so close to the shopping center, hopefully will incentivize people to not have cars, or maybe they have two cars and they only want to have one now.
Okay, and that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, then I will go to the Mayor Pro Tem and I will conclude with Councilmember Tate.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your presentations. I have several questions. One of them is a fun one. I'll wait. I'll reserve that one for last. The other one is more serious. And because I saw a number of reports in the agenda packet for tonight that were about the formerly existing fuel underground storage unit. I'm wondering if someone can tell me about what you all have done to augment the safety of potable water for household use by any of your future tenants. There has been expressed concern by some members of the public with regard to availability of water should there be a fire. And we have heard that current code is such that new units now have sprinkler systems, which helps with that. But I'm thinking about something more basic and more fundamental. And again, because I saw volumes of pages in your report, it made me curious as to why you would want to include it. I think that probably if it's part of the environmental report that you had to put together, but if you would kindly summarize, and this is again one of the was for future tenants, how safe is the water to drink and to use in regular household use, given that there was an underground fuel storage tank somewhere around where the proposed project will be built.
Well, the underground storage tank has been removed with under the phase 1 report that we have. The soils are all clean under there. So I think that the drinking water is coming in not from groundwater, but coming piped in. So maybe I'm just not understanding your question.
No, I think you understood it. It's a basic question. How safe will the water be given the proximity of a past storage?
It's
fuel storage.
perfectly safe. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the duration of the affordability agreement, and this is a question for staff really. The duration of it.
It's 55 years from when the certificate of occupancy is issued. 55 years.
5 years. Thank you. Of the affordable units, or the 27 units, that some of which are low income and some and others for very low income, how many of those are 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom? In other words, for people who actually have children.
I believe it gets split out pro rata as the unit allocation is. So maybe Isaiah, you could just go through the unit allocation and that's how they would be allocated. I believe that's the law.
Yeah, they're typically representative in the same proportion as the overall number of units in the project. And so it would be anticipated that 39% of them would be 2 bedrooms, 44% would be 1-bedrooms and 16% would be studios. That's the overall unit mix in the project.
And council member, that is a requirement in our affordable housing ordinance that the mix match the mix of the project. And that agreement will come back to you for final approval at a later meeting if the project is approved tonight.
Thank you. Thank you also for specifying in the economic development figures what was expected over what period of time. There's some hefty figures there in the millions of dollars, but I wasn't clear when I first glanced at that, whether we were talking on a per annual basis, a 2-year period, or ongoing. Would you kindly help us understand that again? And you might want to have the slide that.
Sure.
you're
Yeah,
referring
if we
to.
could put the economic impact slide up.
Yeah.
While that's happening, right, there are 2 phases. One is the construction. Right, and that's all of the information in that section is over a 2-year period. And then all the additional is annual. Right, so the benefits, the increase in business revenues, increase in tax revenues to the city, that's all annual and recurring.
I'm not sure if we're going to see it again. Think it's worth having up again.
Okay.
Yeah, apologies. It's
We'll wait for that.
Screen. Apologies for the delay.
Looks like we might be having some technical issues
Yeah,
such that.
sorry. Here we go.
That's,
There we go.
Okay, sorry for the delay, folks.
oh, no, again, the figures at the top, the construction of the 223 units is expected to yield as many millions of dollars that you have there. And so that we're talking there in a 2-year period. The ongoing, your estimates are that we would expect, as an example, 6.5 million in business revenue. So that's all of the figures that are under there have to do with on an annual basis. That's your expectation.
That's correct.
Thank you. And all of this information that you presented tonight, I noticed that we had printed versions in the chambers, but they're part of the packet, right? For the public to also see. Staff, would that be part of the packet that's going to be posted online, or that is posted online?
I don't know that all of the elements of the presentation are in the packet that was published for the meeting, but we can, as is our practice, add the presentation to the city website.
Yes, please. I think it would be helpful for the public to know about this. Thank you for that. Okay, now here's the, before I get to the fun, not so fun one, the proposed pedestrian safety improvements, I heard proposal as an adjective or propose as an adjective preceding your presentation about that. So tell us between proposal to actual occurrence.
So my understanding is that there was something that we didn't have at the time of the planning commission that has been agreed upon with city staff to incorporate it in the project. So I apologize. I meant it is part of the project now. We did propose at the time.
Thank you. Okay, and here's the one.
We also enhanced the condition to make sure that the things that we agreed upon are in that condition. So condition 20. So it's also outlines what they will do as part of the sidewalk. And that's,
Yes, and it was more than the sidewalk. It was the striping and a couple of other things there that were described to
yeah,
help.
there was a beacon. There's
Yes.
a beacon and shark's tooth. Yeah, all that. And that was all discussed between the planning commission and the city council
Thank you.
meeting.
Thank you. Yes, all those safety improvements that would have people crossing Fitzgerald from one side of the street to the other. And as we know, that part of Fitzgerald now, it would be around where the Motel 6 is leading to the proposed project. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay. Pets and pet waste. I was pleased to see that rendering labeled A3.8. Can we show that? It was. There. So as I'm looking toward, I think I'm looking south. I see trees, I see that individual drawn there facing us, but behind him or her, there's some green area that, tell me if I'm understanding this correctly, is that open space area that would include a play area available to all, and that it would be fenced in so that it is part of one of the amenities of the future residents there.
Correct.
Okay. And any, I was not at my seat, but I was listening, back there. And I was specifically looking for something that had to do with, supporting responsible disposal of pet waste. I'll put it that way. If you don't have it on your grounds, it would be easy enough for people to use our sidewalks. And unfortunately, and increasingly, we see that in Pinole. So don't know if the planning commission commissioners made any mention of this, but is there still time to include something like having I don't know what they're called, but these little structures where pet waste bags are available that ROIC would provide to its residents. And here I am assuming that pets are going to be allowed.
Yes, I think pets would be allowed. It's normally a kind of management decision of sort of how the leasing is going, but yes, we're doing something similar in another project in Bellevue, Washington, where the property management team recommends items like that. So certainly if it was recommended, we'd put it in there. And if there were dogs, if there were pets, we would provide something, because we wouldn't want from a site management standpoint having the same issue you're suggesting.
And you understand.
Yes.
So thank you. Okay, those were my questions, and thank you very much.
The mayor has excused itself for the time being. Councilmember Tabe, do you want to go, or would you like me to first?
I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I will go. That was easy. First of all, Director Whalen, thank you so much for your presentation. Team, solid presentation. Thank you so much for answering most of my questions. I don't have many, and many of my questions are probably fun. So I think that will be like this this evening at 10:16. So just a couple things. First of all, again, thank you so much. I want to go to the first slide, what I saw of a bunch of what I saw as revisions, I think you all referred to the slide as. Yeah, so this slide made my eyes open wide, mostly because I'm imagining that this came from your months of community engagement, or is this something, I mean, how did this process come about? You talked about responsive changes, but I wasn't sure how this came.
It was a little of everything. Part of it was the community outreach we did in the neighborhood meeting that we had. Part of it was staff recommendations. Some were council recommendations. Some of it was public recommendations as well. So it was really, and it was probably more over almost 2 years of evolving the project, of sort of listening, understanding, hearing it once or twice, and then thinking, kind of bringing it back to the team to evolve the design. So it's always sort of put it as responsive changes and sort of collaborative changes.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you for that collaboration. I know the challenges, at least, of just having so many different perspectives and bringing them together. This slide really reflected that. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And, you know, in that way, one of the things I noticed about the slide, as well as the traffic analysis, is the covered AC transit stop. It's my understanding, is that only AC transit, or is that also WestCat that goes there?
Also WestCat.
Yeah, it's also WestCat.
It's also WestCat. Great. Okay. So my question was around if you know whether or not that's the only covered AC transit stop. I know we have WestCat stops covered for sure around San Pablo Avenue, but I wasn't sure about AC transit.
I'm not sure. The only one that the one that we ended up copying was down by the Trader Joe's center.
Sure. Okay. That's
Yeah.
the one I'm familiar with, and Foster Freeze, of course. Okay, so I wanted to ask about the cafe room. It's unclear. You all are not providing a cafe there. It's a multi-purpose room, right? Or is it a cafe?
No, it's a multi-purpose for the residents.
Sure.
And Isaiah can get into a little bit more of the design if you want, but yeah, it's for residents only.
Okay, gotcha. But I just wanted to ask, actually, I'd love to know about the design, although I think I see it in the slides. What's the maximum capacity for that room?
Isaiah?
We'd have to calculate it. It's not that big a space, you know, it might be 45 occupants, kind of in that range. It does have some outdoor areas as well. It's got, you know, the intention is that it's got some indoor-outdoor connection. You know, it's right off of one of the building lobbies. The leasing office is nearby, and it, you know, sort of provides a front porch, if you will, for the project.
Okay, gotcha. And so
there's some outdoor seating, some indoor seating.
Great. So just to be clear, that's the main purpose, multi-purpose room for the development.
No, there are lots of multi-purpose rooms for the development. So that's this cafe lounge here in the plan, but there are also large club rooms off of the courtyards, fitness center. There are lobbies and lounges on multiple floors, and then up on the 5th floor, there's a roof deck and an attached community space as well. So overall, there's about 5,600 square feet spread across, you know, multiple rooms.
Okay. So if I may ask again, what's the largest capacity for one of those rooms?
The largest capacity,
or which room has the largest capacity?
I would say, you know, that it's probably these rooms here, the club rooms probably have a standing room, doing calculations in my head here, but close to 100 people, especially if you were to include the outdoor patio that's attached.
Okay.
And then, you know, in nice weather, you could imagine some larger events happening in the courtyards as well, occasionally.
Great. Well, thank you. My last question, I'm really interested. What was the most challenging part of this project for you all?
Let me see. You know,
Isaiah doesn't hold back. Thank you.
You know,
Let's see what he says.
It was a real evolution. You know, we explored a lot, made a lot of, you know, changes and adjustments, and yeah, I don't know.
I'll just jump in. I just kind of what I'm thinking about is it was sort of how do we connect the shopping center and the residential. So they didn't seem like there were two projects, but it was one. And there were like a lot of iterations before we even came to the city with like, does this work? Does this work? No, no, no. And really did a lot of internal thinking. So I think once we sort of had that basic element set. The rest of it sort of evolving it and tweaking it. But yeah, that was.
Great. I'm going to put us on the spot a little bit. What was the most challenging part of working with our city on this project?
I don't think it was really the city. It was during COVID, it was really hard. So I think that to me, that was probably to us really hard to like be able to communicate and, get responses back because of just all the challenges in all of our lives.
Right.
I just thought I would just add that I think, sort of at a 30,000 foot level, and one of the things that you probably will see again as a council is unwinding property level documents. The property level documents assumed this was going to be retail. So we need to negotiate with Big Five. We need to negotiate with Starbucks. We needed to negotiate with Lucky. There was a lot of concessions made throughout that process because their leases had control areas that said, we have control of what you do in that space. Now they were supportive of it, as you saw in the presentation, but that is a big challenge that we're facing up and down the West Coast when you're contemplating these sorts of changes, because it was a lot of these property level documents were put in place 40, 50 years ago, and they never contemplated this. So I know I worked with Lily on a panel talking about some of those challenges. So I think it's just something to be aware of, that just, there's property level issues that have to be resolved before you can even, present something like this.
Thank you for sharing. That concludes all my questions. And again, thank you so much. Solid work to your entire team. And of course, to our team at City Hall. Absolutely incredible work and great presentation. The mayor's back, so he'll probably have more questions.
I was listening back from the TV station. So thank you again. I really appreciate the fact you're still here and you flew all the way from the East Coast. And as a CEO, it really means a lot to a city of our size, knowing the commitment that you are putting to that 10:30 on a Tuesday night. That really shows you commitment, and that really shows that we want to be successful. You want to be successful in Pinole. I really appreciate it, sir. While I was in the TV room, the TV staff asked me if we can sponsor one of our football game. I was just kidding. No, we don't need that. This being said, I have seen the drawings. I've had all my questions answered prior to the meeting. I don't really have any questions. So what I would like to do is turn it back to the public and ask them if, Madam City Clerk, do I have any questions from the public, please?
Yes, we have several.
Okay.
We will start with Nick Buchoin, then Raphael Menace, and then Tom Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Nick Goodwin, and I'm the business manager for Plumbers, Steam Fitters Local 159 in Martinez, California. I represent many men and women that live within Contra Costa County, but some that even live here in the town of Pinole. I speak to you tonight to show my support for the Pinole Vista project. This project here keeps the door open to middle class and blue collar jobs that we consider in our building trades good jobs. This project offers much needed housing opportunities for the city of Pinole. Partnership with the developer and labor offers opportunities in our apprenticeship programs for local youth, women, veterans, just to name a few. I urge you tonight to support this project and to help push it forward. And once again, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Good night.
Next, we'll have Raphael Menace and then Josh Ballas.
Good evening again. So I have some questions. Some were answered by the updates the group made to the presentation, which I appreciate. But my first question is in the conditions of approval on page 342 of the first agenda packet. Condition number 26 apparently has the Pinole Middle School / West County Mandarin School lock up construction traffic on Appian Way. And it was my understanding that that condition was to be removed for this project because it was primarily intended for the project that's replacing the old doctor's hospital site. And it's simply not as relevant for a project that's mainly going to be using Appian to go away from that school area. And I also noted that on page 361, condition 81, that condition was struck entirely. So I was curious as to why that condition was left in one part of the conditions of approval and removed from the other. And then to move on to the second document. I also had a question. I guess this would be more for Chief Gang than for the applicants if he's here, or for somebody for the police department or the city manager, as to the 50% cost projection for security check costs versus the other costs, because it's noted on page 972 that the retail project is assumed to generate far more security checks than the residential project. And I don't know if that's just a routine patrol pattern that happens to lead to police officers choosing to intervene in retail much more frequently than they would in a residential site, or whether it's some other cause that causes the retail project, the security check count to be much higher in one than the other, and the sort of cost analysis basis. I appreciate the effort that city staff put into grounding the cost assumptions more concretely in actual analysis of city costs for particular retail areas and particular residential service areas, rather than just a sort of overall assumption. It's helpful to have more concrete assumption patterns and sort of range of potential cost outcomes, rather than just what was initially presented to the planning commission as sort of one option based on certain assumptions. Let's see. And I believe that's all my questions. Thank you.
Let's move on to the next person who would like to talk, please.
Josh Ballas.
Mayor, council members, my name is Josh Ballas. I'm a fourth generation Pinole resident, live up here at Linda Heights. I work in construction. I'm a sheet metal worker, and I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this project. I think it'll be beneficial to Pinole as a whole. Working with the developers and having them give us their word that they'll use the construction workforce from our local and use our JATC, which is our training program, would be beneficial tenfold. I mean, you'll get healthcare, retirement, benefits, all sorts, and living wages. I'm pleased with the changes that the developers made, one with the solar panels on the roof, the additional to new covered bus shelters, the additional open spaces, the facade upgrades to make a visual cohesiveness there. And the additional trees as a buffer for the residential, but most importantly for me is the crosswalk there, because about 20 years ago, I was actually hit by a car there. So in order to have that, upgraded and be lit up and everything would be beneficial, because I got kids and I don't want my kids to get hit by a car like I did. And it's unfortunate, but if there's something that the city and the developers can do about it, that would be beneficial and mean a lot to me. So I strongly recommend this, and I hope you guys do and approve this. Thank you.
Saduko Whittington, then Tom Hansen, and then Eric Haynes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Saduko Whittington. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to come and speak on this project. I would like to ask that you vote in favor of this project. It's not just one project, but it's a catalyst for many great things to happen. I heard them speak many times of Lucky's in that retail space, but maybe about a 10-minute walk up, there's many more retail spaces. I'm intermittently a Pinole resident. I live in San Pablo as well, but I spend 85% of my income here. 85% of what I spend out of my money every week is in this city. The reason why this is important to me is because of the job opportunities that this provide for apprentices. A number of years ago, I committed a number of crimes and I was sentenced to prison for 17 years, of which I did 15 years. And it was a project like this that created the work opportunity that allowed me to come in and become an apprentice, become a model citizen, become a taxpayer, to journey out, become a journeyman, then to become a foreman, then to become internationally certified to do inspection, testing, and maintenance on water-based fire protection systems. I actually do Pinole Vista. I do all majority, like 50% of those inspections from 1,200 to 1,400 Fitzgerald. My company, Battalion 1, picked that contract up. And I'm hoping with this contract being approved or this project being approved, we may have some future business dealings on the other end of Fitzgerald. But the reason why that is important is because had I not had the opportunity of getting inside of a union and not only becoming a skilled tradesman and having gainful employment, I can take the skill set that I learned in the 5 years of schooling and take it anywhere around the world. I'm also now an instructor in my union. So I paroled in 2014 and look where I'm at now. And it was because of people like ROIC and city councils that came together to make a project work and make it happen so that we can get local hire in and so we can pull apprentices in, because journeyman needs to be able to teach and bring that trade down to them, and they need to be able to learn it. And it's because of these type of things that it enables us to move forward. If I paroled in 2014 and I didn't have this opportunity, and I'd like to ask you all a question, would you hire me? With a 15-year work history gap, no experience, the ability to work, ability to do things is nothing without the opportunity. And so this may be one project for you, but this may be many opportunities for other people. Thank you.
That's a beautiful story. Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry the beep interrupted you. That was, we should probably mute that beep and just have people look at the red color. That beautiful story just interrupted by that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name's Tom Hanson. I'm the business manager, IBW Local 302. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. We're proud to be partnering with ROIC for this project. They're going to be a good partner for the city of Pinole. If you think about what this project means, it's kind of reinventing what a mall is. We're kind of hear this, they're dying. Well, they're taking a gamble on what the future is. And you think about this is a whole different kind of walkable, livable community where you can actually get down to transit right out of your front door. You walk to the grocery store right out your front door. Like Doc said, you go up the hill and there's Best Buy, there's everything you need within walking distance at this place. So instead of having a suburb, you actually have almost like a city living environment in Pinole captured in a small space. You're giving your citizens something brand new that really doesn't exist anyplace else because of these developers. And they're working with us to give middle-class jobs and apprenticeships. So what more can you ask than this? So I hope you vote for this, and we really appreciate their support and yours too. Thank you. Oh, and on the side note, Mr. Mayor, we're here for this event. So we understand with your packed agenda and what you got to get done. If you have to move the ad hoc committee to a later meeting, we're good with that. So if that works better for you and not deal with that tonight because you've got time sensitive things, please do in your best interest and in your staff's interest.
What I will do is finish this hearing and then close consent calendar and then go to your hearing. So if you are willing to stay with us, I think we can do it tonight.
Okay. I tried.
Hold on. Okay, if you want to go home, okay, we'll move it out. Okay. If you want to, is that what you prefer to come back another time? Please tell me. Okay, I understand your request. You're welcome. Thank you.
Eric Haynes.
I'd be interested if you moved it too, because I don't want to stay here that late. Mayor, council members, I'm Eric Haynes, business representative with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the Pinole Vista project. My union, along with the electricians, the plumbers, and the sprinkler fitters, will stand with the developer to support their project if we believe the project promotes equity and sustainability in the communities where our members live. This project does both. This project will help make Pinole more equitable. It does this by prioritizing the use of local construction workforce and paying them family supporting wages. That means healthcare for their entire family, retirement, and vacation. What most people don't get. It does this by providing much needed workforce housing, with many of the units being priced below market. This project promotes sustainability by being a transit oriented development, being close to major transit center. It also has rooftop solar on carports, and has added additional EV charging stations for both residential and commercial use. Everybody knows the housing crisis we face. Some developers take advantage of this fact and seek to build bare bones projects, including paying the workers who build the project literally poverty level wages with no benefits whatsoever. We need to send a message to the development community that when they step up and offer a project like this one, it will get approved. Please approve the Pinole Vista project. Thank you.
Sal Spataro and Debbie Long.
Hello. Sal Spataro, Pinole resident, retiree from Plumbers Local Union 159 Martinez. Obviously, as a union member, I'm very pleased to see that there's a project labor agreement between the developer and construction unions. And I'll just have to repeat what everybody else said. Good wages, good benefits, apprenticeship support. It's all good. And it's very, very meaningful. As a Pinole resident, let me just say that Kmart is now emblematic of the retail desert. Been sitting there for years and years and years. Big box store. I didn't know that the roof leaked, but I always thought that that would be so easily dividable, so easily refigured, and it's not happening. I wrote to Harbor Freight. I wrote to other stores saying, hey, you should take a look at this. We have I-80 frontage here. We have 2 exits that feed this. Forget it. Nobody responded. So things change. We have to change. I think this is probably a best use of this space. Look at it's going to create new taxes. It's going to, all these affordable housing units that we somehow owe to the state of California, and it's going to go a long ways to helping those numbers. New taxes. I mean, what's it generating sitting there the way it is? Some property taxes, no sales tax. All these people moving in there are going to be able to walk to stores. Look how good this is for merchants. And when people buy things from those merchants and restaurants, that all includes sales tax. I think the pluses outnumber any possible negatives on this job. I really do. I've never just been in favor of construction for its own sake. I think this is probably about the best we're going to do on this site. And I think, well, some of the comments that some of the other people made, like it's almost like city living that Tom mentioned. I never thought of it that way, but he's right. It's kind of like city living. Don't have to have a car. You can walk out of your apartment and walk over to the grocery store, walk over to the pizza parlor, whatever. Get whatever you want right there. or ride your bike or take the bus. So I think it's a real nod to the future. I think it's a good use, and I think we should do it. Thank you very much.
Good evening. This is a case of where people need to keep an open mind, and I'm glad that I did. I had spoken with the developer, Mr. Cole, Eric Zell, on a few occasions, and we worked on a lot of my suggestions, Murray's suggestions, I think Councilwoman Tom's suggestions, and as I stand here tonight and hear more, I think a whole lot has been addressed that wasn't addressed maybe even 6 months ago. I think people have worked through a lot of it. On top of that, cherry on top is this is a project labor agreement. And it wasn't one that had to be fought for. It was one that happened with open arms. And I'm very, very happy to see that. I can't echo anything differently than what's been said here tonight by labor. But I do just have a couple questions and nothing that is going to change anything. One is I really thought, and I think I did bring this up before, that there should have been a couple apartments dedicated to those with disabilities. I don't mean access to the apartment, but I mean the apartment itself that could have maybe for those that have limitations with mobility, wider hallways, different bathrooms, different kitchens. And if it can't happen on this project, I think it's something that should be kept in mind for future projects, because we don't just need a complex of apartments for those folks that have disabilities. We need to make sure they're integrated in all of our communities. Also, I think it's something that might be under SB 99 about a landlord tenant mediation board. And I think as we're bringing more on site here, we need to have that addressed, if not with the management company, but at least within our city. And the other thing is, I think that a law was just signed or is going to be signed by our governor that says that it's mandated that you have to allow ordinary pets. And I think they referenced especially cats and dogs, that you couldn't say none on site. So it's more likely than not that we are going to have pets on the site, maybe many, and that we do need to address things such as waste. So I thought that was another good thing that came up. So all in all, I'm happy with the way the project has come about. I'm happy that I too kept an open mind, and it's going to benefit our community, our workers, and we will have more residents to celebrate when it's finished. Thank you.
I do have a yellow comment card for this item with no name. Did someone? Moving on to Zoom, we have Tony Gutierrez.
Hold on, I would like to make a motion to move the meeting until 11:30.
So moved. Or second.
Madam City Clerk, can you please do a roll call?
Mayor Salimi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Tom, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, good evening. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Hello, what's up? First of all, first question I had, but I think it may have been answered already. I wanted to know if these are going to be rental units or it's going to be more of a condominium model. In the past, we built out all the shopping centers, and those are great amenities to have, but unfortunately, a lot of crime came along with them. I have a question whether or not there's going to be a security force that's going to, I guess, be in and around the property to deal with things that come up. That's the question. The second question I had, has there been any contemplation to any traffic calming? I know a lot of the young kids like to use that particular area to have sideshows. So traffic calming may be something that may be of interest. The third issue that I have is people in Pinole like to smoke a lot of weed. So basically, I'm wondering if the units are going to have filtration systems in them, or whether or not there's going to be certain areas where people can smoke and smoke weed for other people. And I guess depending on the question, I do have a question about renter to owner ratio, but I don't know that answer yet completely. And my last question is, does E stand for Emeryville? That's all my questions. Thank you.
I think that concludes the comments, correct? And then we'll answer
Yes.
the question. We answered Tony Gutierrez and Rafael Man's question, then we'll go back to the city council and I'll let you go soon. Thank you. But Tony's question, do we have them all?
I think so, and I'll allow Lily.
Yes, it
Whalen
was rental and condominiums, right?
and security force and air filtration. Director Whelan, you want to start on those?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll start with Mr. Menace's question first. So there were two questions regarding the conditions of approval 26 at 81. And so the Planning Commission asked us to look at the condition, the draft condition of approval that was in their packet restricting construction vehicles during school pickup and drop-off hours, as it was thought to be a carryover from a boilerplate resolution. And then as staff looked at the condition with Public Works, we are recommending that it remain due to the potential to exacerbate congestion in the APN Way corridor area, the construction vehicles. So we thought it appropriate to keep that restriction in there. So we moved it from condition 81, which is the confusion there, and inserted it into condition 26, which is related to construction activities and more appropriately house that condition. And then the last question from Mr. Menace, I didn't quite catch the full question. I know it was related to the fiscal analysis. The consultant worked with the police department, the analyze calls for service, and small and existing and residential commercial centers. And this was used to develop and test out the weighting measures that are in the final report. So I'm not sure if our consultant Ledgerdale has heard the question better than I did and has a more succinct answer or not. And as
Thank you. Those were the question for Rafael Menez, but what about the question of Tony Gutierrez?
So we're going to answer Rafael Menace's and then we're going to answer Tony Gutierrez's. Roger, if you would.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Roger Dale and my firm prepared the fiscal impact analysis. And I didn't, like Director Whalen, I'm not sure I understood the question or if it really even was a question. It might have just been a statement that confirmed that we had revised the analysis based on comments that were provided at the Planning Commission, whereas we originally started with a methodology that is standard for fiscal impact studies that kind of evaluates the relative cost impacts of residential and commercial uses based on the effective populations on the site. At the request of comments that were made at the Planning Commission, went back and evaluated detailed data from the Pinole Police Department that indicates the amount of service calls that went to several shopping centers comparable in size to what would happen if this site were re-tenanted with commercial uses. We also looked at service calls for residential apartments, again, scaled so that they were comparable to what was proposed here, and found that, in fact, our original numbers probably overstated the costs of residential police service costs relative to what would be or compared to what would be for a commercial project. So we adjusted our analysis to bring the ratios more in line with what the actual data show. So I think that responds to the question, but glad to answer further if there is any follow-up.
I think that does respond to the question, which was about the difference in the number of calls for service for commercial versus residential. And as we know, there are a lot of calls for service to retail centers for all sorts of different reasons. So thank you for that answer. And Director Whalen, if you would go on to answer Mr. Gutierrez's questions, please.
Will do. So the first question Mr. Gutierrez had was, is this project rental or a for sale product? It is a rental product. It's an apartment complex for rent. The second question was about security force. I would leave that to the project applicant to answer about their security measures plans. Next question was about traffic calming measures. And so the city, the community development department did work closely with the public works department to come up with the strongest pedestrian safety improvements that to be made at the Fitzgerald crossing. And I think in going through that exercise, there were different options that we threw on the table. And the solution that comes before you with the beacons and the pedestrian refuge area and the signage was the safest option for this project. The last question was about smoking on site, and the city attorney's office can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there's state law 10 years ago about that affected multifamily properties and so multifamily properties, and that is not allowed. So I would also defer to the applicant to let the council know if there's any designated areas for smoking outside the facility.
And through the mayor, we have a ordinance, just to add to what Lily said, we have an ordinance that prohibits smoking in multifamily complexes that would include cannabis use as well. There is possibility for certain an optional outdoor smoking area. You know, I don't know if the applicant's going to do that. It has to meet certain requirements of being far from doors and windows and those sorts of things.
Thank you, Director Whalen and Assistant City Attorney Mogg, and maybe the project applicant can talk about the management approach to security on the site.
Yes, certainly. There's usually a leasing person on site most of the days, as well as a property management person on site for something this size, as well as maintenance. And so all those, including security cameras, sort of work together to keep things safe, with the key fobs not allowing anyone into the building, and then the lighting, that security lighting we have around the site, I think will also help. Additionally, what's going to be nice is sort of having eyes on the site, both daytime and nighttime. Retail during the day when people may be at work, and at night we have the residents there. So I think the whole property is safer because of the mixed use aspect.
Great, thank you. I think that answers the questions from Mr. Menes and Mr. Gutierrez.
Mayor, we did receive one comment card from Peter Murray on this item.
Please go ahead, Mr. Murray. Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I too have spoken with Mr. Cole and his associate, Mr. Zell, about this in the past. I had major concerns when I first heard about it. I think like most people that had been on the council at one point in time or had been on the planning commission, I understood this to be a mixed use project at one point, and that I wasn't aware that the specific plan had changed based on the state overrides of our ability to self-determine projects. So there I had to fall back on the reality that this was an approved project for the use that has been described. My issue, I think at this point in time, the one that only seems to stand out to me is the security issue, much like Mr. Gutierrez had spoke about. We're right on, and I remember this from attending meetings about this, with all of the communities from Oakland to Crockett that are on the I-80 corridor, that this is probably one of the highest corridors related to criminal activity. It floats back and forth from all of those areas. And my concern was always that Fitzgerald Drive is an easy off and easy on for people that do this for their daily living, if you will. And that this project is right in the middle of it. My issue was security. And that there was adequate, security presence on the site. And, and that, the city is not burdened. When I heard tonight also that there was secured parking and unsecured parking, well, we all know that in that shopping center, cars don't have windows after about an hour of being parked there. It's just a real issue there as people break into these vehicles and stuff. So, that only has to happen a couple of times where people get tired of it. So I just wanted to suggest that the city have some kind of pre-planned agreement, to address problematic issues that we know potentially could occur. And that, that we have the management group address these issues in a reasonable amount of time. And that, if our personal public servants, public safety groups are called in routinely, that there be a baseline, and that, perhaps anything that exceeds the baseline for the rest of the community becomes the owner's responsibility to more or less compensate the city for those extra services. That's just a suggestion. I'm hoping that people, think that's reasonable, but it's in your hands tonight, and good luck, and right on with PLAs. You're going to get the quality employees working on the project. It'll be a good project when it's concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any other comments, please?
No, there are no more public comments.
Excellent. So can we please get back on that slide that we had from Ms. Wallen for the decision that needs to be taken by the council and the vote that we need to take, please? Ms. Wallen, can you please remind the city council what needs to be done right now?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So staff and the commission are recommending the council adopt.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wallen, I'm gonna ask the city manager to take over. We can barely hear you. I do apologize.
Okay.
City manager, would you like to, city attorney?
Yeah, the planning commission and staff recommend that the city council adopt attached resolution approving comprehensive design review DR 21-12, a tree removal permit, and density bonus request to construct a 223 unit apartment building located at 1500 Fitzgerald Drive, and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Does anybody wants to make a motion at this moment, or do we have a question? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Just, I have a few simple questions based on the comments that were heard. The use of the trades or the project labor agreement that was referenced, we're talking about a 2-year construction period, right? Is that what the term of that agreement is? There were several speakers who commented on the positive benefit, but I'd like the public to understand what term we're talking about.
Yeah, I think we were talking about a 2-year construction period, and that's why the agreement's not just for 2 years, it's during the whole construction project, but we're assuming it's about a 2-year construction project.
Thank you. And assuming that this project is going to be approved tonight, what time period again are we talking about? I think from one of the slides that Director Whalen presented, there are several steps before breaking ground, but I think you all have built the anticipation in a good way, in a positive way. So my question is about breaking ground to actually having an open house. What's the timeline there?
It's probably a 24-month construction period from when we actually begin, and we have not started construction drawings yet. So it's sort of getting the construction drawings done, getting them to the city, getting them approved, and then getting it bid out, and then construction starts. So it's probably a year to get all that pre-construction done, and then starting construction after that.
So about 3 years from, so we're talking
Probably about 3 years. Yeah.
3 years from now, approximately. Okay, thank you. And with regard to this, potentially seeing, if we were to experience in the city, an increased level of crimes due to opportunity because of our proximity to I-80, is it feasible, as one of the speakers commented, to have in place some sort of agreement? Are we at that point yet to request that of the applicant? I'm not sure if we do that elsewhere, but we know historically that whole retail area is one of the more popular, if you will, one that experiences these crimes of opportunity, particularly in certain seasons during the year.
So that type of condition, a fee for police services, is not something the city really can impose, absent the creation of a taxing district, like a community facilities district, which the city doesn't have, or isn't proposing to create at this time.
Okay, so it's helpful to understand that. Thank you. Okay, I just don't want to ignore that that idea that was presented. Yeah, thank you. And with regard to the other idea about ADA apartments that was not in the design, I can only anticipate that someone needing such adaptations would have to incur the cost of them if they were to become a resident. Is that how that would work?
I'd like to clarify as the architect that all units in the project are fully accessible and meet all provisions of California Building Code Chapter 11A. So they're all wheelchair accessible, etc. Every project, every unit in the project. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you for that. And I don't know whether the speaker was thinking about something else, but I can imagine someone needing lower height on counters and all kinds of other adaptations. I can't even imagine. But I think there's a whole realm of that.
Yeah. So there's a whole 50, 60 page chapter in the California Building Code that lays out all those provisions. So, for instance, there are removable cabinets below kitchen sinks. The bathrooms are all much larger than you would have in a typical single family home. So wheelchairs can pull into and use all the fixtures. There are 18-inch pull side clearances on every single door throughout the project, etc. So these are very much new modern apartments that are accessible, not at all like a single family home or like walk-up apartments from the 60s. It's a very accessible project.
Thank you. Thank you. That also helps us understand better the considerations by the developer. Thank you all. And then one last comment. Thank you for not having a warehouse proposed there. That's it.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Tev has a question.
I know.
You had the question too?
No, we're just
Okay.
gonna move approval.
Go ahead, Councilmember Tev, please.
I just wanted to make the motion to approve. Or
Once
Mayor Pro Tem,
did the other one seconded.
okay. Motion to approve a resolution in the City Council of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, approving a comprehensive design review, DR 21-12, tree removal permit and density bonus request to construct a 223 apartment complex located at 1500 Fitzgerald Drive, APN 426-391-010, and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Can I have a second on this one?
A second.
Before we move on to the vote, I just want to have a picture with all of us before tonight, very quickly. Councilmember Tate.
I have comments.
I do apologize. I didn't see your hand raised.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I have comments. I'm really thankful to the applicant for meeting with me and incorporating some of my comments into the proposal. The secure parking, I think early on there were comments about crime, and I really think that the residents would be victims of crime as far as auto break-ins and that sort of thing. And if there's any way to get more of the parking spaces secured behind the fence, I think that would be useful, but I do appreciate the work that you've done so far. I do want to recognize the increased property value, the property tax revenue that the city would have. I like the idea of decoupling the parking. I recognize the synergy between the housing and the retail and the walkability. And the responsiveness to the Planning Commission and public comments. I recognize that the traditional brick and mortar retail models are shifting away, and that many vacant and underutilized commercial and retail uses are transitioning to other uses. This is where I have trouble, and I just need to kind of walk through it. The specific plan, general plan designation is mixed use. And unlike other designations that are commercial or industrial or residential, a jurisdiction has the ability to define what that mixed use is. And so this mixed use is a mix of 51% one use and 49% the other use. It's not a development standard, it's the definition of what that land use is. And if we concession away what the use is, what the definition is, why can't we do that with other uses and just, go to a commercial use and say, we're going to concession it away. I really think that this project needs an amendment to the specific plan. We went through a huge process a couple of years ago to adopt a specific plan and adopt the general plan. And this proposal wasn't anticipated. I like the project. I really do. And what I'm worried about, what I'm struggling with is the next project. Are we going to concession that away too? And concession away all of the work that we did in the specific plan? And that kind of drives me to what's the purpose of the specific plan if we can just concession it away instead of amending it? I think that the studies, the staff report, everything in here tells us that a specific plan amendment would be warranted. Now, where I'm struggling and where I mentioned that a new, I might have another agenda item is to figure out where do we go from here? Do we, do I like this project so much that I'm going to kind of look the other way from, everything that I know about specific plans and general plans, and I respectfully disagree with the staff interpretation on this, although I like the project. I think it makes sense. But where I'm struggling, where I'm thinking we move on from here is, do we have a future agenda item where we really dive into, these issues? Do we take away all the mixed use designations that we have anywhere in the retail shopping center and make them all conditionally mixed use? We're not going back to the public with the question of, is this overall, the direction we want to go with the land use? When this was adopted, it was a mixed use. And this is not. So I just need a little bit more help in getting there. Otherwise, we're setting a precedent, and the mixed use designation doesn't mean anything. So if this gets approved, I'm not gonna, be upset, but I think we need to figure out how we're gonna move forward and make sure that our specific plan and our general plan mean something.
Can I ask a question, Councilmember Tom?
Yes.
And I don't remember it well, but I thought the Safeway construction of an additional, like the construction project was the precedent for this moment too. What you're saying, I don't disagree with. I would love to explore that. But I thought that we had done something similar to this when we approved this.
Was not on,
The specific plan. Maybe it was the 3-quarter plan. But I thought that one of those plans, and
Are you
Yes,
referring to
Anthony,
the
Mount
doctor's
Pinole.
hospital project?
no, I'm referring specifically to the construction of a new gas station in where the Safeway is on Terra Hills and Appian. I thought that we amended the specific plan or the 3-quarter plan in order to create that. Am I correct?
That there was an amendment to the 3-quarter plan to allow the gas station, but
Okay.
it was not related to housing.
Right, but it was related to one of the developments of our plans that we had, and we set a new precedent. So to your point, I don't disagree. I think you are making a good point to explore in the future. I just wanted to make sure that we were very clear about those two and how they live and exist.
Councilmember Tape?
Yeah, I was just wondering if the city attorney or city attorneys could weigh in on the impact of state law and the changes between that plan that we had for Safeway and how much we've been constrained as a local agency to basically have to be compelled to pretty much set aside whatever happened 10 years ago for housing. And then how that or if that has any bearing on this project and future projects.
So like was mentioned in the presentation, the density bonus law requires concessions for the city to give concessions to projects. And there's a definition of what that is. And certainly this is on this type of request is, a little unusual and sort of on that line. And our belief is that it does qualify as a concession. I would say towards council members Tom's point about future discussions, I'm sure the council saw reports of SB 6 and AB 211, which will create and did create, ministerial processes for approval of residential and commercial centers. So, if a project takes advantage of that, like that project won't even come to the city council. It will just have to be, if it qualifies, be ministerially approved by staff. So certainly state law is having impact on how the city approves and can exercise discretion over projects.
Thank you. So we have a vote and the other second. Just very quickly, I know that was an important comment that you made. I think it should be an item on the agenda, but I just think I'm sorry that the question was, I know you brought it up in the past, but I'm sorry that staff.
I've brought it up. We respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think at this moment, I agree with what you said, but I also think that we are about to vote and this type of question should have been addressed earlier, not just before we vote. It's a valid comment, and I would invite us to bring it on the agenda for in the future, and let's move on the vote now. If it's fine with you.
Sure.
I respectfully don't want the hope of our contractor and developers to be done and by a new comment at this moment.
It's not a
Thank you.
surprise.
It's not professional from us. Thank you.
I must react. I have to react. No, I think what we're facing is an instance of what has come to fruition is partly, I think, not having had in place as a city the capacity to respond to ever-shifting legislative requirements and new laws. And I'm hopeful that with in the next year or so, when we start having a program or staff that focuses on what is forthcoming legislation, not only with regard to land use, but other aspects of, well, business, city business, that will be in a better position to even have a discussion prior to any kind of project that comes before us for approval. We think we are, not only our city, but other cities are facing these situations. And we, I think, have done the best that we can to work with the developers as a city to create a project that's going to address some things in a way that complements some of the interests that we have to make life in Pinole for residency, whether new or existing, finding a new way of living. We're all experiencing all kinds of changes and many of them too rapidly for an entire city to respond to, and other entities as businesses goes and developers with the capability of working with that. And so again, it's that coordinated response, and here we are. And think, thank you on both our party, both sides for working with us as best as we can, given the circumstances. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Salimi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
No.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Let's take a picture very quickly and now we'll resume. Thank you. We have
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I'm gonna take the picture. You sure? Yes.
Yeah, you got 8 minutes to make this back.
Thank you very much for all the work and we'll see you soon. Okay, that I'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which we are doing out of order. We did 10.
Mayor, can I request that we do consent calendar?
Yes, that's what I was gonna do.
thank
For
you.
time, I'm just resuming what we just did. We did 10B, and then we'll move on to the consent calendar 9. Madam City Clerk, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, we do. Rafael Menace on 9D.
And okay, I'm just curious, what else we have from other comments?
Renee Zimer for 9D, Rafael Menace for 9E, and Rafael Menace for 9F.
Mr. Menez, I will let you go one after the other one, so I believe you have 3 minutes for each of them.
Mayor,
Once you're-
Mayor Salimi, we're at 11:25. So, I move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Second, roll call.
Mayor Salimi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Same as Tabe. Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Sure.
Motion carries. Thank you.
We'll reset his timer every single time. So if it has, yeah, it was 3 times 3.
There's
That's
9
9 minutes.
minutes.
I don't think I'll be taking up the full 9 minutes. I recognize it's late as much as everyone else does. So to start with 9D, I'd like to thank the council for bringing this item forward. And in particular, I'd like to emphasize some of the elements of the resolution so the public's aware of them. In particular, the now therefore be it resolved clause 1, the city of Pinole solemnly commits to its constituents they will recognize the legitimacy of the duly and democratically elected officials of this jurisdiction, the state of California of the United States of America, regardless of personal preference, and the city of Pinole will not tolerate attempts by any elected officials, candidates, special interest groups, or other actors to disregard the will of the voters and override the results of a free and fair election, and will use our platform to fiercely defend our Constitution and our democracy from unlawful insurrection. 3, the city of Pinole calls on our state and federal representatives to condemn the January 6th violent attempted insurrection and to condemn the ongoing effort to sabotage our elections by passing barriers to voting. And 4, the city of Pinole will encourage our constituents, the people of Pinole, will step up to become poll workers or nonpartisan election observers to ensure that elections are nonpartisan and every vote counts. So I appreciate the council echoing its earlier resolution condemning January 6th and expressly attaching that to the importance of upholding democracy, and also expressly linking that to the efforts by, I'll be frank, a certain party to undermine voting access in several states and to defend the Constitution and democracy being stated as core responsibilities and roles of the council. I think all of those points are really important to have the city state and to have the council state in a proclamation, and I applaud the council doing that. Secondly, I have sort of a typographical question. It said in number 4, it says, the people of Pinole will step up, and it seems like that might be worded better as will encourage our constituents, the people of Pinole, to step up rather than will step up. And that's my comments on this item. Thank you for bringing it forward in form of a text of the resolution.
Thank you. Then again, good evening, Mr. Menez. How are you? Item 9E.
9E. All right. So for 9E, I've just got a question on page 158. The other environmentally preferable procurement products, services, and practices. It says For zero emission and or hybrid fuel efficient vehicle fleet, it says we're replacing fleet vehicles. City staff will prioritize zero emission vehicles and or fuel efficient vehicles. The vehicle meets the performance standard needed for its purpose. So when it says prioritize, what exactly does that mean? Because there's a lot of other definitions provided later on in the document, but prioritize in particular isn't. And I don't know whether that means if it's physically practicable, if it's above or below a certain cost ratio, if it's remotely feasible, like what does prioritize mean here? Let's see. And that's my question for E, and then my remaining comments are for F.
Please reset the timers and we go back. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening.
9F.
So for 9F, I've got, I guess, a couple of things I want to note. Appreciate changes made that both the bay and the creek front are going to be explicitly counted as waterfront. That's noted on page 173. And that stakeholder / public engagement with economic development functions should be tied into the branding marketing function. It's good that we have more community engagement explicitly being built into the economic development process and into the branding and marketing process in particular. So I think that's good. I want to applaud that. And I appreciate that training and outreach was moved to year 1 rather than year 2. I think that's a good idea. And then finally, I want to note, or I guess 2 separate things I wanted to note. On 174, I wanted to flag that hotel development and ecotourism in particular was noted as a potential future growth area for Pinole. And I'm not sure why that wasn't in the original document, because obviously ecotourism would be a great growth area for Pinole just due to the raw amount of preserved waterland we have. Not waterland, wetlands we have right next to the bay. That's an obvious ecotourism hub, as well as the river itself going out into the wildlands past the city. And then finally, with regards to the metrics, it's good to see concrete metrics showing the potential success or failure of progress. And I think there was one. I guess I was curious about the difference between key outcomes and key outputs. It seems like the number of outreach contacts and commercial industrial brokers seems like sort of an outcome that can be tracked in the same way as square feet of newly tenanted space or change in active business licenses. I'm not quite sure what the difference between outputs and outcomes is. Like it says specific city investments or tax completed versus measurable changes, but I'm not sure how sort of clear a line that is. Might not be particularly relevant or anything, just a point of curiosity. And that's all my comments on the consent calendar items for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll let the next speaker, and thank you for waiting. I really appreciate it. It's nice to see you.
Oh, it's still evening, isn't it? So good evening, Mayor Salimi and members of the council. My name is Renee Zeimer. I'm a 38-year resident of Contra Costa County. I've been involved in local elections, voter registration drives, poll work since my Girl Scout days, just a few years ago. I am speaking tonight on behalf of a coalition of democracy defenders, which is made up of more than 150 C3 organizations: Common Cause, League of Women Voters US, Common Defense, the Protect Democracy Project, Public Citizen, just to name a few. The coalition is reaching out to local elected leaders to pass resolutions attesting to the core principles of our democracy, that of free and fair elections. The resolution is intended to serve as an accountability measure, a tool to pre-bunk disinformation, and an opportunity to educate and reassure the public that, with few exceptions, local election officials are committed to conducting safe, reliable, and fair elections, and that election results and the peaceful transfer of power are accepted widely, usually with confidence and humility. Similar resolutions have been adopted by our County Board of Supervisors, Walnut Creek and Pleasant Hill City Councils, Town Council of Moraga, and other cities are moving forward. In fact, earlier tonight, El Cerrito City Council also passed a similar resolution. We all have a role to play in making sure our elections are safe, free, and fair, that all our votes are counted and results are trustworthy and widely accepted. As voters, we have a job to register and check our registrations. The County Election Division recently launched a new, more secure website, ContraCostaVote.gov, with concerns about election integrity. Our county elections office has put into place secure, actually extensive safety and security measures, taking a look at their networks, their facilities, processes, and people. There is a recorded program, Roadmap to Voting 2022, that's available on the County Library's YouTube channel. And I might add that Councilmember Toms participated in that program. And finally, it's our job as voters to learn about the candidates and propositions and to vote. Our system of government works only when we all accept the rules of engagement, accountability from our elected officials, and the fundamental right of voters to decide the outcome of our elections is something we've largely taken for granted. These fundamental principles are paramount to the survival of our democracy and the republic. I want to just take a moment to thank Mayor Pro Tem Murphy and Council Member Toms for recognizing the importance of bringing this resolution forward in a timely manner and providing guidance so I can get this before you tonight. So thank you all.
You're welcome. And thank you for waiting so late. I think we had a few questions related to Mr. Menez.
Yes, so I'll ask Director Mishra to comment on the definition of prioritize in relation to procurement of certain types of vehicles.
Do we have a legal definition for that word?
So it's not a defined term in the procurement policy, so it just takes on kind of the Webster definition of the term, which is just to designate or treat something more important than other things. So I think if two cars are, if it's the same price, they're the same vehicle, we're going to prioritize, the cleaner vehicle. That's, I think, the concept or idea there, but I would defer to Director Mishra if he has any.
Yes, I mean, that is practically exactly what you described, Mr. Casher. With the vehicle meets performance standards and its purpose, and one vehicle is cleaner, using cleaner fuel, and or we actually have a grant that funds that vehicle, we would prioritize procuring a cleaner vehicle. That's basically what it means in terms of this environmentally procurement policy that gets added to the procurement policy.
So there isn't a specific way in which that requirements or aspiration needs to be operationalized. So there really, it isn't really any more concrete than that. Yeah, that was thank you. That was a statement of fact, I think. But thank you for confirming. And I believe there's one other question that was raised, and I'll ask Director Whalen to answer it. And it was related to the metrics and the difference between an output versus an outcome measure on one of the particular metrics.
Thank you. And I'll ask Roger, it looks like he's still on here.
Good evening again. Thank you for the question. So we have added to the document based on our last meeting with the City Council, a short discussion on metrics for tracking progress with implementing the economic development strategy. And they're divided into two categories: outputs and outcomes. And a little bit of a fine line between what those two things are, but I think the question was asked about, we've identified as an output records for how many commercial and industrial brokers are contacted or participate in city events. And arguably that could be an outcome, but in our mind, the real outcome is how many transactions do you get from those contacts? How many new tenants come to the community and how much new space is developed? So an outcome is something that once the city has done its part, it's kind of out of the city's control at that point. Those things happen based on the response to your outputs, which are your outreach and your events that attract people to participate in those meetings. So, and I don't have a real strong opinion about whether that last item should be an output or an outcome. And it really doesn't matter because they're both going to be tracked as part of this document. And it's, as I said, it's just kind of a fine line, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you. I think those are answers to all the questions that were raised.
Perfect, thank you. And then I will turn it back to the city council. Do you have any person on Zoom?
There are no more public comments.
Okay, nobody wants to wait until 11:40. Yeah, okay. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem and everybody else had some comments. So let me go back to Mayor Pro Tem. Which item were related to?
I was
Yeah.
actually just gonna move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll
Council-
second.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tave,
Yeah,
you
well,
have a question?
no, just a quick
Oh.
look in the minutes. So it's 9A, page 12, there was a reference to measure K, I think it was measure X. What it should,
Which minutes
I'm sorry, with page 12,
or which date? There's 2 minutes.
let me pull it up real quick. So it's September 13th, 2022, page 18 of 2,177. Last paragraph. 5th line. 6th word. Yeah, it just says measure K. I'm wondering if we could read measure X. I think that's what was referenced. That's all.
And just to amend my motion on item 9D, Mr. Menes did suggest a friendly correction to just say under now therefore be it resolved number 4, the city of Pinole will encourage our constituents, the people of Pinole, to step up instead of will step up. So if we can just have that friendly amendment.
I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you repeat that?
Yep. Mr. Menes mentioned in his public comment that there seemed to be a typo, and that's in the item 9D in the resolution in support of free and fair elections. On number 4, under now therefore be it resolved, it reads currently that the city of Pinole will encourage our constituents, the people of Pinole, will step up to become. That should read the people of Pinole to step up to become.
Thank you.
Thank you. With those changes, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, go ahead.
Oh, no, not related to consent calendar.
Perfect. Please, can we have a vote?
Can we clarify the motion? Because we have corrections.
Yes, we can clarify it. The motion is to move approval of the consent calendar items 9A through 9H with the correction to item 9A that Councilmember Tave made, and then the additional correction that I just stated that Mr. Menes flagged.
And I second that.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Salimi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Tom.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 11:43. Mr. City Manager, is any item on the calendar right now that needs to be done right away? Would you suggest us to wait?
So none of the new business items are urgent from an operational perspective. I'll leave it to the city attorney to weigh in on the matter of the proposed first reading of the ordinance.
Through the chair, the historic preservation ordinance is not time sensitive. I would ask if the council is inclined to continue this, that we just open the public hearing and then continue the item to a date certain. That way we don't have to re-notice the public hearing. But that would be my only request on that. It doesn't need to be heard tonight.
Excellent. And which day do we recommend it to happen? City manager, do you have a date on the calendar that's deemed to be appropriate?
Sorry, for the date certain of the new first reading and public hearing for the ordinance.
Yes.
I assume that we'd want that to take place as soon as possible. So I think the next regular meeting, which is November 1st, it might be that there had tentatively been scheduled a quite full agenda for that date. It might mean that some other items that had been tentatively scheduled for that will need to be then deferred.
Excellent. So what I will do, I will open item 10A and I would ask please to have the city council member to move this hearing at a different date of November 1st of 2022.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we continue this item to November 1st.
Thank you. Second, any?
Second.
Roll call.
Mayor Salimi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
1 second, city attorney, do you abstain if you? It's for,
Good point. So this item is the historic preservation ordinance, and two of the council members indicated that they have a conflict. So I would, yes, please abstain from
Abstain.
deciding on the.
abstain.
so I'll start the roll call over. Mayor Salimi,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Abstain.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Thank you, council
Motion
member.
carries.
Thank you. You seem tired. Don't ask me why. Okay.
Mayor,
that-
can I
yes.
move to continue items 12A through 12C to a future council meeting as well,
Yes.
November 1st?
Second. Can I have a
No.
second?
Yes. Second.
Roll call.
Mayor Salimi,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Excellent. Citizen to be heard. Item number 13. Do we have anybody who wish to say something right now?
No
You all
citizen
went to bed?
looks that way.
Okay. Item number 14, I would like to adjourn to the regular city council meeting of November 1st in remembrance of Amber Schwartz and also in remembrance of the Honorable Bessie Poulos Rebelbis and in remembrance of Ruth Hartwright and in remembrance of Audrey Ann Husman. Thank you very much and see you soon.